Like, whoa, dude. And we're live. Yay. This is how a successful streamer streams, or something like that. Well, good evening to everyone out there who's being a productive style individual and not running late for their own streams. I'm really devoted to my craft of restreaming the guy. I'm even adopting his time. I'm adopting his brain farts. I'm adopting his schedule was set for 7 o'clock, and that is went by the by. I got to running late. Evening constitutionals, man, how do they work? All right, so tonight is Friday Night Fights. Goody gumdrops. I actually like Friday Night Fights. They tend to be fun, what with all the salt and whatnot. So, you know, we've got, what have we got going on over in Dave's chat? We've got Bradley Haddix, who says the incredibly useful thing of gonna catch my first DSP live. Well, if you know enough about the guy that you are excited about catching him live, that says something about the size of your dent. And Chill Dude says, let's get some support early so the king can focus on the fights. No, that takes all the fun out of the evening. It means he's going to be clown mode all night if he gets, you know, if Jack shows up and gives them $100 right off the bat. No, we need him to not get any money so that we get the salt, the right mix of salt, and how it's all the fault of the rollback netcode and the Cannon Brothers and all those kinds of shenanigans. So, what to do while killing time until the guy shows up, because he's not supposed to show up for 23 minutes, which means he's not going to show up for another at least 40 in theory, if he adheres to his previous behavior. And he is a creature of habit, if nothing else. It would almost be admirable if the habits weren't so bad. So this morning I suppose as a different starting point, I can't give Dave any sass whatsoever regarding this regarding this fighting game collection, because fighting games do require some skill, and I am not one to criticize anybody regarding their own skill in games, because, you know, Mr. 2,000 hours in Hoi 4 couldn't even get Vyatka on screen to do anything right. But in my defense, I got up this morning and just something wasn't right with what was going on with that Vyatka game, and I sat down and wouldn't you know it, TNO actually does things differently, the buggers. You know, solving your problem by just throwing more artillery at your divisions actually makes them worse in TNO, which makes sense, I suppose. But all right, so something different for tonight, and well, I got to go and I actually got through a Vyatka game, so that I've exercised that, and I've kind of reacquired my like of the economic system in TNO. So maybe I might go try to make green line go up infinitely, depending upon how things go. But I wanted to try something a little different today, so let's go over from the guy over to something a little more fun, and try to get it set up so that I can actually do it right. Which you know how it goes. Oh, and listen to me blanking out is the thing I wanted to do. I can't do. There we go. Orbi Universo. OBS was just being weird on me. So, all right. Really basic game. This is I know how to play this game. says the guy who's already made a fool of himself once saying it. This is a kind of super basic, not necessarily idler, but just really low maintenance game. It's a civilization builder in which where shall the center of my civilization be? We will dominate the Eastern Mediterranean, I think. And we'll go with Thessalonicratic. But you select a starting point from, you can have your pre-selected starting points, and you got the Mississippi Delta, the American East Coast, the Andes, most of the traditional cradles of civilization. So then this is an easy start. Yep, starts, and depending upon what you're doing, you can start challenge modes. But okay. And this is the interface. It is a series of just floating of floating nodes that are connected, and by manipulating them, you build out your civilization. So then we are going to work on fishing. All right. So I am, when I am in doing this particular version, I am going to be trying to build a Thessalonicratic power centered on Crete that is going to be vaguely evocative of the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean. So it's going to be very Greek in what it does. If I can, I swear I do know how to play this. I swear I do know how to play this. As I look for the most basic function of where the heck is my button to anchor stuff. All right, so stop. Zoom. I make noises. I need to stop making noises. There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, so island. So we will. Yep, prevents node from moving. So this is turned into an organizational stream, so well, that is how it's going to be. So this is a function of temperature-ish. So temperature feeds into, all this feeds into the amount of vegetative matter that is available. All right, so then I'm going to set that and keep that. Does not need to be locked. That absolutely does. So I'm going to set food over here and lock that. Set population again fairly rigidly down here. And natalism, set that right there, and all right, so all that fits together. So then all right, so then as we are we want to improve our demographic base in order to do stuff. So then I think hunting should be next, and then so if I lock that, that stops it from moving, and then I can still drag it around. Okay, yep, good. So I drag that up there, and then foraging. Foraging also kind of, I don't like my stuff moving around. It just helps me keep everything spatially related if it just stays in place. Okay. All right. So now that sets up our economic base, or the beginnings of our economic base. So culture, then music and oral tradition. Both are deployed, so all right, and that is basically all there is to see with regards to this particular game. It's you are doing nothing but management of bubbles, which is, I know, not the sexiest of things imaginable, but it should be a little more manageable, at least for me, once the guy gets to being himself. So that's just gonna keep on going around. So let's go on a field trip then, try to find something actually that's worth watching. Maybe build up a little skip juice while waiting for the guy to show up. All right. That is a hell of a welcome video. All right, so videos. Was there any begging today? I genuinely don't know. I caught the second half of the day stream, and it was bad. Dave did nothing but play demos, which was just for a man who just. The problem is that he hates fun, so he can't do things in small bites in hopes of finding something fun. So who else do I have who might have something? All right, so who are clippers? There we go. Sub. Got anything for me, Memology? No, but DSP totally upset at fans for damaging the business after $20 stream.
I want you to understand something. This literally is a situation where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm going to be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now, I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to have all my shit reclaimed. You know, credit card bills are going to go default. I'm probably going to have to declare bankruptcy. I'm going to lose everything. Come on, right now. Right now. We're going to boot the game up. Let's get some support right now.
Let's get some subs.
Now. All right, let's get the dishonesty is rewarded with slaps. I'd have a broken face if I touched you.
Meow.
No, I would touch you first. Even if you did strike back, I'm looking at the wrong camera. Even if you did strike back, it would be after I've already touched you. So I wouldn't have a broken face before I touched you. You made it.
What the fuck was that?
In a battle of wits, you come up with the short end of the stick there, buddy. All right. I want you to raise your hands up and start gathering your spirit energies. Gather your spirit energies. All right? Cashier Fink Oa says, should I send a tiny dono now or let it gain interest and send a big one later? You should do both. Send a tiny one now and a big one later. Or maybe you want to send a big one now and an even larger one later. That'd be amazing. I recommend sending as much as possible, as early and frequently as possible. There you go. I know I'm not going to get anything, but, you know.
I'm experienced. Oh, yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a game. The game is Match the Tip. So right now, the top tip is $5. Someone match.
This promises to be a fun game. Given that the villain may be in chat at this moment, I wonder how much that bears on his hormaxing. because, you know, of course Dave has someone who makes videos about how they Hormax. Where the hell did that verb, where that phraseology came from anyway? I hate modern uses of English, but yeah.
That tip and increase it by a slight amount. So increase it by like a penny. Do like 501. And everyone keeps doing that and do a little bit increment, until finally I'm rich. Let's do that. It's my little game. I like to call it Make Phil Rich. Greed is massively strong. So no one's playing the game?
And of course, we have to play the game of make Phil rich rather than, you know, him making himself rich. He has to be made rich by other people because, you know, he is the guy, don't you know? All right.
Game? No one's playing the top beat the tip game?
Wow, Goop.
Come on, it's just 501 to start. Because I do feel like we left so much out by not finishing all the content, and I absolutely would have done it if it would have been people showing up, engaging, and supporting, and they just won't. All right, and I hope you understand. I love the game. 1,000,000%. This will be in my best games of the year. I'm not going to tell you now this early on if it's going to be my game of the year, but this will absolutely be in my games of the year countdown. It's that good of an RPG. It's one of my favorite RPGs that I've done as a content creator.
Yes,
Hands
Dave.
down by far.
Get on with it, Dave.
You know,
Point is gotten.
I would love to do the content, but in 2025,
here we go to the wage quit. Good.
Doesn't want it. You know what I mean? I don't know what else to say. It sucks. Again, let this be a lesson. There's a double-edged sword to making a living, also doing what you love. Because you have to make decisions based on what's going to keep stuff afloat.
Oh, that zoom in. That zoom in.
As much as I like this game, I mean, look, I finished it. And how many streams did we do? 3, 4, 5 streams recently that weren't hitting any support. Look at that. We got like $20. But I'm still playing it because I wanted to see the ending, right? You know, it just sucks that for bizarre reasons, people will come and support other stuff, but not this game. Again, it has to be the length. It has to be that it's an RPG. Things that I like. I like lengthy RPGs. I do. For those of you who have been here all along, there's some people in chat right now.
Oh, all this wind up for the beg.
I understand that not every single person out of the thousands of people in a year that watch me do content can support playthrough.
Here the rationalizations begin, and I'm just find myself marveling because he's going to be talking to people who are, in theory, the ones he wants to have contribute. These are the people who, in theory, are going to be the ones who should be added to his group of contributors. And he's going to basically chide them. I'm making a prediction, so, you know, this is born only from being in the Snortex for a couple of years. But all this is just a setup for you guys are withholding. So even though I've just said I know you cannot contribute to every stream, you better damn well contribute to every stream. And you're slacking if you're not. So, is that where we're going with this? Really, Dave? Are we going here? Let's go in there with this? Well, let's find out. It's been tough. It's been tough. It's been tough. It's been so tough, guys. $28 in the King's tax. I'm not going to pay for DoorDash with that goob.
I get that. But you're still here, and you're still enjoying, and you're still engaging, and I do appreciate you, you know? But you have to understand, it's tough for me. I want to do stuff like this, and I can't continue at this point. I think what I'm thinking is, give it a rest. Maybe later this year, bring it back as a few chill night streams here or there. I'll let you know when we can sprinkle them in. So I absolutely want to explore and check out this content. Okay, I do. Look, there's 2 cloudy areas.
Give me money,
we never even got
or else we're not going to be able to play this, goobs.
That were floating. There's areas that we couldn't get to that, like there, you know, there's tons. So, all right, and please understand, I will never discredit a game like this in my Game of the Year countdown simply because it didn't resonate with all of my audience who support my content. Never. The game is superb. The game is absolutely a masterpiece. I hope you understand that, okay?
Give me monies.
It's right up my alley. It really is right up my alley of what I would like from a game like this. So
Give
there you
me
go.
money.
All right.
Give
So,
me
Clear
money.
Obscure Expedition 33's main plotline, story, and playthrough. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all, and I'll see you in the future, hopefully, for some side content. All right, that is it for Clear Obscure. We have wrapped it up, and I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream. It's a shame we got 20 bucks of support yet again for the game. That's why, that's it. I can't keep doing streams. I have to do stuff. People are going to show up for it and support. It's a business as well as a hobby. You get that, right? Like, it is what I
Stop
love,
using
but it
that
also
as
is
a
my
defense,
job.
Dave.
So, it'd be like, if you have a job, let's put it this way. Let's
Let's put it like this. Imagine if you liked food and owned a sandwich shop. You would have to make a choice, Doobs, between, like, selling your inventory and eating your inventory. And, like, how am I supposed to choose, Doob? I mean, it's just, whoa. That's just, like, so unsustainable, guys. I can't very well, like, have a job that most people love, getting to play video games and actually like video games. That's why you got to give me monies to play the games.
You have an office job, right? And there's one part of your office job you absolutely love doing, but you can't do it all the time. You're outright told by your bosses, that's not what we need you to do all the time. Sometimes that's good, but if you just do that one thing all day, that's not getting the whole job done. You still got to do this and this and this and this. You have to stop doing what you like and do the other parts of your job. Holier than thou. I'm better than those content creators, man. Because I have a job where I work 9 to 5, and I bust my ass at my job, and I earn a paycheck, man. And then I come home, see?
I
I'm
earn
not
a
on the internet
paycheck,
begging
Goob.
for money all day, man. See, I'm better than them, man. No.
So
you're not
much
any
better, Goob.
Everyone's the same. No
So
one's
much
better.
better.
Than anybody else. Hate to break it to you. On this planet, not one single human is more or less important than the other humans. Okay? I don't care how rich you are, how prominent you are, how famous or not famous you are. Everyone's the same. Everyone has a right to success, and everyone has a right to do what they want to do. All right? If someone puts out a product that people find entertaining, and that's how I have to take this. I did talk through it, and I accepted that there were going to be nights like tonight where no one was really going to support, and I kind of swallowed it. You know what I'm saying? And I said, well, it is what it is.
Swallowed it, Goob.
I tried to pull out all the stops. I made offers for badges. I did everything. Sometimes life is life. Que sera, sera, right? There hopefully will be in the future where it won't be a big deal to take a night.
He just used the phrase que sera, sera to describe anything related to himself. Because, yeah, life is what it is, but you're the guy. For crying out loud. It betrays such a lack of personal agency that just, I don't get it. And I say this as someone whose business languished for a long time, like Dave's did, right on the cusp of it provided enough to feed myself and keep a roof over my head, but not enough to do much else beyond that. So I get, at least I think I get, where a lot of his paralysis comes from when it comes to taking risks, because you need enough motivation to take the risk. There's a certain point when you have a business like this where you're your own boss, where you have enough that you can keep it going potentially indefinitely, but never enough to actually have it start working for you, where there is a size trap where you can get far enough ahead to not be risking closure every day, but not far enough ahead to actually be able to enjoy not far enough ahead to be comfortable. And that's, I say this as someone who didn't have a crippling gotcha game addiction. So I get it. But at any rate, where I was going with this is that can induce a fair amount of, I just gotta open the door tomorrow and see what walks in, because I don't know how to make my business, I don't know how to drum up my business drum up customers for my business, because what I did professionally is close enough to what Dave does for streaming that, yeah, you are reliant on people walking through the door. And I get that, but Dave, there is a lot of things that you can be doing. There's a lot of stuff you can be doing to make yourself be better at this. Again, I just bang on OBS for a little bit at night every now and then, and yeah, this is kind of a crappy streaming setup, I'm the first to admit, but it's a hell of a lot better than his. I have the awesome power of background music. Aha! Also, the ability to, pull up things and commentate over them while playing a game at the same time. On screen, no less. Wow, good. Right, I'm babbling.
Every once in a while in a random week and not have to worry about, oh, am I getting support tonight, right? All right, well, folks, that's it for Clear Obscure. I'm going to get to the bottom of what's going on with the camera right there. I don't know what it is, but all right. So I hope you will come back and hang out and engage and support the final day of the week. Sucks that I knew all week, I said I'm going to beat Clear Obscure and no one's going to be there to support, and I was dead on correct.
I knew I was going to beat the game and that nobody was going to give me money and that I was going to be salty about nobody giving me money, and that's why I went and did it anyway rather than doing something else that would give me money, which is ultimately what I want.
There's even people who normally do support who sat there and didn't support tonight because they don't like Clear Obscure. There's not much I can do about that, folks, okay? All right, everyone. So I wish you all a good evening. I will see you all in the morning for my final streaming day of the week. Peace out and have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Darth Bernelio. No.
I want you to...
Well, that was fun. That was fun. All right, so what's going on over with Dave? All right, it is... It is time for the guy to be here, and the guy isn't here. I wonder if I would have... Yeah. Shame I didn't put any money on that, except, yeah. Shame I didn't put any money on that. All right. So what's next from Mimology? DSP mad as fuck at Mind's Eye for being so trash, and Wage quits it after begging. This has potential.
You to understand something. This literally is a situation where I'm in dire financial straits, and if this stands where I'm going to be making half as less money on YouTube as I ever did before, starting now, I'm going to lose my house. I'm going to have all my shit reclaimed. Credit card bills are going to go default. I'm probably going to have to declare bankruptcy. I'm going to lose everything.
System override. Override in process.
So I can draw.
Ignoring full systems.
It won't fire. Look. The gun won't fire.
The complaining begins.
Shoot, right trigger. What is going on?
You're being bad at the game.
This is how I play the game.
You just answer your own question, Dave. I don't know what there is to complain about.
The mouse doesn't fire either. The mouse won't fire. I can aim with the mouse, but it won't fire. Look.
Uh-huh.
You can aim, but you can't fire the gun. Are they kidding? It doesn't shoot. I'm using left mouse right now. The game actually doesn't work at all. The game is completely fucking broken. The controls don't work. Are you kidding me? No, the wheel's not connected to the PC. No, it's not. No, there's nothing interrupted. The mouse doesn't work either. I just tried the mouse and it won't fire. It still won't go in reverse. Look.
I've got Seb. We're on our way.
Instructions, so they need
I can't get out of the
good
vehicle either.
times.
They won't let me.
Well done, Dave. Well
use the
done.
gun you were just issued.
They won't let me out of the vehicle right
Oh,
now.
God. Mind's Eye was
Beaver's brother
garbage.
did a $2 super
I'm on my
chat.
way.
He says that's
Or I don't know if it was garbage or
What,
if
the
it was
one
just
that has a
Dave
bunch of bugs
being
in it?
garbage
Ew,
at it.
It's disgusting. I wouldn't know anything about that. I do not watch Asmongold. But hey, to each their own. Live how you want to live. If you want to live in a pigsty, I guess that's okay.
Hey,
Tell you
man,
not
don't
to.
be
I don't
don't
know.
be hating on
Fine.
pigsties, Dave. You. He's filmed himself eating how many
Great, I'm
times,
stuck.
and there's
Look.
just so many like that. It's just,
What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Not gonna catch me.
oh my god.
Exceeded expectations. But you have to realize when it's time to draw a line in the sand.
Oh my god.
Finally, we catch a break. Do not let that bitch get away.
Yep, there she goes. Artificial speed.
Try not to.
What do you mean artificial speed, Dave?
Come on.
Oh my god, she's getting away because you know,
Look how
physics,
fast she is.
man.
Are you kidding me?
Clearly, I'm
Yeah,
established
right.
that a douchebag such as yourself.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
I give you a break.
What do you want to know, Sherlock?
Oh.
You can start by telling me who you're doing all this for.
Oh, it looks like Dave is in chat and he's advised, okay, so we're going to play on PS5 tonight. I just tested it and it seems to work, and there's comp. So he got this he got this collection
Dude, this game
on
is
PlayStation.
awful. What are you talking about? I'm literally talking to her on the phone in a story cutscene, and it says I failed the mission. What is wrong with this game?
I didn't fail the mission.
Do not let that bitch get away.
You can't. She's just invincible. You can't stop the car.
Yes, you can. You just have to presumably keep it close.
See, she gets artificial speed right here. A giant speed boost to get ahead of you.
I give you a break.
Look how far ahead she is now.
What do you want to know, Sherlock? Is that how you treat all the girls?
Are you kidding? Dude, it's over again. Dude, this is... what am I supposed to do?
Oh, brilliant, Dave.
I'm right
Brilliant
behind
shortcut
her.
taking right
She
there.
artificially gets a giant speed boost to pull
Oh, that
ahead,
was pretty
and you
good.
can't see where to drive because there's no GPS, and you get wrecked. What on earth
That
do they
was
expect you to
pretty
do? This
good.
game is fucking terrible. And the fact that they make you relive the fucking dialogue a zillion times is atrocious. No fucking checkpoints during this either.
No
What a bunch of
fucking
fucking
checkpoints,
idiots.
Goob. It's like so stupid, Goob.
Right. Right, look at this. Right. That's fun.
Also, we broke it up the
God
DK
damn,
64
Trapped vehicle. Things got heated with Claudia.
This is crap.
Currently in pursuit. Claudia.
What the fuck? This sucks, man.
He's not gonna catch me.
Every time it looks like you can catch her, she gets an artificial speed
You're
boost.
fired. Jones, but you
Oh
have
my
to
God.
realize
Artificial
it's time to draw a line.
speed boost,
boring.
Goob.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't think you understand.
What do you need from me to fuck off?
Give me some intel, and maybe I can...
Dude, that's it. Now she's gonna escape. You see what I mean? This is nonsense. This fucking sucks ass.
Yes.
DSP drives it. DSP drives it. Gonna say I lost her, even though she's right there. Yep. This
Yep,
is,
Dave.
dude, this is so
Yep.
bad. This is one of the worst segments of any game I've ever played. You can't tell where the fuck to go. You literally can't tell where the fuck to go, and it won't stop playing the same dialogue over and over. It's too long
Can't
of
tell
a
where
segment.
the fuck to go,
driving is
Goop.
awful.
Is it though?
This is fucking
Is it,
crap.
Dave?
This is like old school GTA from 25 years ago. It plays like shit.
Except, Dave, you are terrible at anything that involves driving. I mean, I got into Reestreaming, for fuck's sake, because you are so bad at driving. And yeah, some games have bad controls. I mean, I picked up Need for Speed Redemption Payback just to see how bad the controls actually were, and they're not great, but you still are bad at this. So any complaint you have about the validity of the controls when it comes to a driving game is just oof, my friend. Enemy, frenemy, the enemy of my enemy is also my enemy. Rip Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, rip.
Things got heated with
So
Claudia.
bad.
I'm currently in pursuit.
Look at that. She's invincible.
Bitch, get away. Where she sent that data.
Right now I'm flooring it, and look how she's pulling away. And look how she can bully all the cars out of her way because she's invincible and I'm not.
Yeah, keep complaining, keep complaining.
This is fucking trash.
Oh, Dave's active over in chat again. Nah, I want to beat up people in CVS 2. Lol. I crave old school SF these days. Sure, Dave.
Stop.
Won't play Fightgate though.
Oh, look at gonna do?
That tree stopped me? Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this fucking game. It's so bad. I'm so bored.
Whatever.
I don't think you
She's only pulling away because you're artificially increasing her speed, you dumb fucking game.
What? Like
She's
you're
not out driving me, you're making her faster.
You probably are.
You could start by telling me who you're doing all this for.
What a fucking idiot.
Fucking idiots, Goob.
This isn't Mario Kart. You can't drift, you can't do the things that they're
Mario
expecting you
Kart's
to
involved
do
now.
to catch up to her. This is complete garbage. Why is this so fucking bad?
No, Dave, you just gotta drive clean, which is always a problem for you. Christ. Oh, he's here. He's here. So mute that. All right. So maybe come back and watch that later. All right. So where are we at with things? So he's got his slideshow going. Turn that back up. All right. So yes, Dave is dog shit at Mind's Eye, which I actually caught some of the actual live streams of that, and it was, yeah, the game did not inspire confidence. It was, I'm not sure I'd call it, yeah, Michael A.E., yes, lag! Yeah, unfortunately the lag is usually between his skull and his hands, unfortunately, when it comes to whatever he's playing. But as he's playing as he's playing CVS 2 tonight, oh boy, there's going to be lots of lag being seen from everybody, for everybody as far as that goes. But yeah, Mind's Eye is... Mind's Eye looked... I'm not sure it looked glitchy, it looked janky. And yeah, janky can be glitchy, but sometimes it's not actually glitching, it's just behaving weirdly. But yeah, the gunplay didn't look interesting, didn't look good. And Dave was doing something wrong because there should have been ammunition. He couldn't find any, but he didn't have any. That didn't mean that it wasn't there, because there was a whole scanning mechanic that he didn't pick up on, and he spartanly used, where he would just gun things down and run around when there was I think you were hitting down on the D-pad to ping, and it would highlight enemies and items and, like temporary detective mode. And he just could not give a fuck, which is funny that he didn't give a fuck about. He wanted to get through the gunplay modes so that he could move forward, but whenever he did that, he ended up getting into another driving segment with all the narrative exposition. So I did not understand why he was so eager to keep moving around. Relish the gunplay segments and the non-driving segments, because at least they're not the driving segments. But yeah, Dave. The point being, Dave being bad at a video game. I mean, who would have guessed? I mean, it's unheard of. It's utterly unheard of, Goob. Da. All right. So then, which vest is stream best? The one that makes me the money, Goob. The one that makes me the money. All right. So then, that opened up a bunch of new tabs. So, as I am now firmly in the Bronze Age, which means I'm having to build cities and whatnot. Yeah, Michael, it was bad, but it wasn't like hilariously bad. I mean, the Mind's Eye gameplay was not good, and I don't think, from having watched some of Dave play good games badly, I don't think the mind's eye gameplay could ever be like truly good, but that didn't change the fact that he was bad at it. And it was funny because the first day he thought it was just absolutely hilarious because he was clip farming. He was in clown mode trying to go viral, and he ended up getting like he made a video that got 3,000 views, which, you know, as somebody who's made a few videos, and, you know, I like it when I get 50 views on a video. So that he puts out something that gets 3K, it's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it's nothing compared with his sub base, but, you know, 3K views is not, I mean, it is what it is. It's better than what he normally does. But that wasn't good enough for him because he didn't get money out of that. And the next day, he wasn't getting money for it either. So clown mode went out the window, and it became nothing but increasing salt at the exact gameplay from the day before that he'd been laughing at, because this time he didn't think he was getting something out of it. It was just annoying him. But, you know, that gets back to Dave. Dave had such a weird incentive structure for his behavior. I just don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, I understand the theoretical bases for it. I understand the theoretical bases for what he does and what probably animates him. But I just, the weird things it does in practice just, they confuse me, man. They make my brain do uncool things. Well, yeah, you cannot talk about Dave without getting into his entitlement. But the entitlement isn't, I mean, he has such a strange hierarchy of needs. It's just, because the entitlement is absolutely critical, but it is not the thing that drives everything. And not even money drives everything. I mean, ultimately, the thing that if all of Dave's core impulses were put against each other, the thing that wins every single time is his ego, which is what makes him so fascinating, because he does so many embarrassing things, so many things that should and probably do psychic damage to his ego. And yet he keeps doing them because all of the other weird aspects of his personality just collide with it. So he wants to take the path, so there's the laziness. So yes, he will go make a fool of himself, but unless it is actively pushing against his ego and rubbing his nose in it, he will prefer to be embarrassed and ignore it than to actually, like, not be lazy. But where the line is between rubbing his nose in it, that's another entirely different, you know, rabbit hole, because there are some things that he will get spun up over the weirdest damn shit. Like, just something that recently happened was the Kingdom Come 2 refunding thing. He got on his high horse and said, I don't need to refund that. What do you think? I'm poor? I have money. Which, why on that when you just have your tin cup out and are trying to panhandle every day and getting flexed on? Just, the Doom gameplay had like 10 million views on Twitter between all of the different tweets and all the retweets. There had to have been at least 10 million views there, and then probably another 10 million on Facebook and TikTok that nobody at the store text was actually tracking. That annoyed him, but it only annoyed him to about as the same level as people suggesting in stream chat during a marathon that he should refund Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance if he hated it so much. Which, I mean, that's what keeps me coming back, is just the absolutely nonsensical behavior of the guy. But trying to explain it is just the fool's errand is what it is. You know, on the Switch accessories, I think, I don't know, I've been of two minds. I don't know why he got them. I've always thought he had to get them because the only way he could get a Switch 2 was because he got a bundle, and at which point you're stuck with them. But then from what he was saying during the marathon, no, he thought it was a good idea. He went and purposefully got them, which that's just, I don't, either he has bought a bundle and is coping so hard about doing that he's trying to justify having the stuff rather than just saying, yeah, guys, I bought a bundle. I had to get a bunch of nonsense I'm probably not going to use. Or he just, for whatever reason, convinced himself that he needed to do this for his unboxing, which, why do you buy a travel case when you don't travel? I mean, I know that was one of the things that made me think the Connecticut trip might actually be happening, because if he didn't get a bundle that it came with, why in God's green earth would you get a travel case? But yeah, the best part about the Switch accessories boondoggle is he went and bought a Chinesium dock, and it blew up into space.
I have been the last.
Yeah. So he bought, to finish that thought, he bought that Chinesium Joy-Con holder that turns it into a normal controller type thing, and all the salt we got out of that. So, yep. So let's see what he's up to tonight. Now over here we're 3 minutes back. Yep. So let the begging begin.
Month that it's been out. Because already within 1 month, the entire player base on PC has fallen. Like, people are looking, there's less than 200 people playing at the height of the people playing. I actually heard on PlayStation there's way more.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, now the justification
PC,
begins.
If you're playing, you're like, oh, well, I want to go back to the classic free version that everyone's always been playing. You just go and play it on, what do you call it? The stupid thing where everyone plays the games online, the free one. I can't remember what it's called now.
Fightcade.
Is it GGPO or whatever?
Fightcade, Dave. The thing that you refuse to play.
Netcode, but I don't know what the actual. You guys know what it's called. It's the stupid emulator thing on PC. There's no emulator on PS5 or PS4.
The stupid emulator thing.
It on there is still playing it on there, so the player base is
so descriptive, Dave.
On PlayStation for the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and for CVS 2 particularly, which is what I like and play. So, Fightcade, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of that, King Ferbs. Thank you, Fightcade.
Gin Brain, Dave.
So,
Gin Brain.
Tonight we'll be playing it here on PlayStation to hopefully get more fighters, more players, okay? I do have to restart my rank.
Yeah, which will conveniently let him smurf. Conveniently. Totally not a benefit of this deal, though. Totally not worth spending $40 on this.
I don't really care. I get the feeling I'm going to completely tear through the armies of scrubs and get a ton of points tonight. Fine. Okay, hold on.
Famous last words, Dave. Very famous last words. Pride goeth before the fall and all that.
It's kind of like back in the day. You would have an arcade that you really like to go to because, for example, it's a better venue or whatever. But after a while, people stop going to it, so you have to go back to your old haunting grounds. It's kind of what's going on here. I got to go back to PlayStation in order to find comp in these classic games.
Yeah, we got to go back to PlayStation so that we can smurf effectively.
I want to clean this. What's hilarious is that Super Bonchan says we're smurfing tonight, boys. You do realize that anytime I play this game, I'm smurfing because I'm much better than 99% of the people who actually play it.
There's that ego showing. There's that ego showing again.
A tiny group of maybe like 100, 150 people on this planet who are playing this who actually are decent, and I'm one of them. Anyone else I play, you know what?
Before this goes any further, I got to make 2 points. One of them is you're forgetting a very important caveat in your example, Dave. There's 100 to 150 people in this world who are only Anglophones who play this and are decent. That's what you mean. Because there's a hell of a lot more people in Japan, for example, who are a hell of a lot better than you who play this game. And 2, the people who you're talking about are on Fightcade, which is why you don't want to go there.
What I mean, there's no smurfing when everyone out there is worse than you.
The
If this
ego.
were a modern fighting game, I wouldn't say that. It's a classic. The classics are what I
ego at work.
I've won far
He
more
has
than
so
I've
little.
lost in
He has so
CBS
little
since
brag
we
about in his
played.
own life. He just gets off on this.
Okay. And this joystick.
Oof. Oh, that's
So we're gonna gain a
that
bunch of
segment's
trophies
getting clipped
tonight.
tomorrow.
As I play, for first time in ages, we're going to get trophies because I never play on PlayStation, right? We're going to unlock a bunch, I bet. I mean, I don't know how many we'll get just for playing CVS 2, but probably a good amount. I already booted it up. I already got the correct, no scan lines, the correct netcode, which is 1, input delay of 1. Matching only 4 or more bars, which does it doesn't work from the PC
we have to
version,
meet
but I
Dave's
tried
very
anyway.
exacting
We'll see. I
standards
guarantee you it ain't
for
gonna work on the PlayStation
what we're doing.
We're gonna get laggy ass people. 100%.
Why do you, if you have so much nostalgia, why don't you like scan lines, Dave? I think it makes it look cool. I think it adds
right.
some texture to it, the experience.
I missed the trash can, but I don't care. All right. How's everyone? How's everyone tonight? Everyone having a good time? Everyone in a good mood for Friday Night Fights finally returning after being away a week or two there? I mean, we actually haven't played fighting games in like 10 days, and it hasn't had Friday Night Fights in like 2 weeks. So, I am interested in the new Marvel fighting game. I answered this earlier today. It's made by the same people who made Dragon Ball Fighters years ago. You know, that Dragon Ball fighting game.
It looks
And
gorgeous.
that one, it played well, but the netcode sucked. So
of course it did,
hopefully now,
Dave. Of
years
course.
later, we have improved the netcode, and it'll end up being good online, and then it should be a really solid game. I guess we'll see.
That Arxis Marvel fighter, it looks gorgeous enough that the guy who has such bad reflexes
Michael?
that he
Good evening.
plays, Paradox Grand strategy games are my comfort zone because my reflexes are so bad. I'm considering getting the Arxis Marvel fighter
Was
when it comes
actually
out, just because
Smurfing
it's so
memes? I
gorgeous.
wasn't under that impression. Archmage says, Smurfing is making another account to artificially boost your own stats. So you're using a low-end account to get artificial wins on the high-end account? I didn't know that. I thought Smurfing actually was, you're good at a game, but then you create a new account so you can play low-level players and just like smash them. That's not the point of me switching to PlayStation, is that there's no comp on PC. You can't even find people. It's all laggy matches. So I'm hoping that we can get non-laggy matches tonight here.
He's going to complain about lag
Which
all
demo was
night.
my
He's going to
favorite
complain
today?
about lag all night.
I think it's a tie, actually, between Cast and Chill, which is a very chill, like throwback 8-bit fishing game. I really like that. And the horror
That
game
was not a
with
throwback
Insomnia
fishing game, Dave. There was
pretty darn scary
nothing
and good.
from that
So I'm
era
saying
that looked
both
like
of those
that
are
and
tied
played
for
like
my
that.
favorite games. Hell is Us is I don't know if it's going to be good or not
And-
yet. I'm not sold. And the other game was just like Danganronpa, except it had like a different gameplay style, but it was still Danganronpa. So
Okay, so
not
it
really
was
too impressed by
totally
that.
different from Danganronpa then, Dave. Oh, he is so bad at this. Ironically, I think I have played. Last fighting game I played before Street Fighter 6 was, I think it wasn't even Turbo. It was just Street Fighter 2 on the SNES.
Everyone,
Which,
I do need
yeah.
your help tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not.
But
gonna
I do-
mince
I-
words. I need
Oh,
support.
here
tonight
comes the
on
bag.
Stream. Many streams this week we did not hit the goal, which sucks. But there was a good reason for it. I mean, Mind's Eye was a joke, and the second stream was boring as shit. Clear Obscure, I knew that was gonna happen because we've been playing it for over 2 months. Now we're moving on to new games. All right, this next week.
Okay, so if there's a good reason for not hitting the goals, Dave, why are you begging? Why is it an issue that you didn't hit them if there's a good reason for it? It's, if you didn't hit them and there's a acceptable justification, then that's okay, isn't it?
Week We're going to have Onimusha 2, which you guys have been asking for. We're going to have Lies of P Overture, which is a great game. We're going to have some more driving stuff. We're going to have a new driving game next week, which you guys asked for more stuff with the wheel. So there's going to be not one, but 2 streams of driving next week, 1 American Truck Sim and 1 a new game. So with all of that going down, next week, I think we're going to be doing better. But this week was a tough one where a lot of the streams, we didn't hit any support goals. Let's hit it tonight. Please, let's end the week at 15 out of 20 hit. That way it gives us 5 more to hit next week to do DSP Tries It, all right? Please support retro fighting games tonight. I just dropped money to buy this version of CVS2 to make it happen tonight so that we could get comp in the game. Let's do it. Please support the stream tonight, okay?
Lingual tick, we have to get comp in the game. For all of your ability to use a dozen more syllables than are required, Dave, why don't you just say competition? I mean, you're not hip with the kids. You're my age. We didn't use the word comp growing up. And if anything, comp means either someone trying to be hip with the kids and talking about Compton, or it means you're using it as a verb with regards to getting free stuff and getting reimbursed for it. Just be normal.
We start off with Squirt Rocks, who did our first sub of the night. Thank you to Squirt Rocks. I appreciate that.
Monies! Monies!
Sub support tonight on Kick. That's another thing this week. It really did dwindle a lot compared to usual, and that hurt. That's one of the main reasons why I think things were.
And that's absolutely true, Michael. AE. He absolutely.
On Kick if we could.
It's absolutely clear he doesn't speak to anyone who can actually speak back to him very often.
And I believe I know who it's from. Indeed, it is from
Jax Rexer.
He says, good evening, Phil. Glad Friday Night Fights is back. I'm looking forward to CVS 2. I was able to get the Switch 2 on launch. I understand that you are disappointed. I mean, it's not that I'm disappointed. It's that there's nothing on it. You know, I'm playing Mario Kart, but I'm playing it like, what, once a week? How much more am I going to play it? I'm going to get bored because it's just the same thing over and over. There's literally no content in there after 3 hours. So, yeah.
Okay, Dave, why is it a bad thing that you're doing the same thing in repetition? Isn't that exactly what you do in WWE Champions? And you admit you like playing WWE Champions. So I don't get why it's a bad thing you're doing things in repetition. Except that you don't happen to like this particular thing done in repetition. Which, then say you don't like driving. Don't say it's because it's repetitive.
I really wish there were more games. Like if there was Donkey Kong, that, and maybe one more game, then I would.
And back to Donkey Kong, panhandling for Donkey Kong.
To me, it just ain't worth it. You know, I'm not gonna replay games I've already beaten on other consoles on there. I'm not gonna replay Zelda, which I beat. You know, it's stupid. In my opinion, it could have been done a lot better. Anyway, I have confidence that when more games come out, your opinion will improve. I'm looking forward to Donkey Kong Bonanza. I am too. I'm a little disappointed with Mario Kart World. I am too. You may want to check out Fast Fusion. It doesn't have as much content. It's only $15. I feel it's superior to Mario Kart World. So there's actually another racing game called Fast Fusion, and you actually think it's better than Mario Kart World. That's pretty funny, actually. Wow. Cool. All right. No, I don't have plans to play a demo of Buffet Night, Matthew. Please stop asking. You've been asking nonstop for like 2 days. We had a demo day. The demo day is done for now. If we have other open days in the future where we want to try more demos, we will, but that is not in the cards for next week.
Demo day is done because he didn't make any money and because he hated every demo that he played.
No, my hair wasn't even. It was messed up, so I tried to adjust it. Hopefully it's better now.
Yeah, and of course he has to
Willow, how are you? Good to
fix
see you.
his hair because he can look at himself in the data when he does so.
All right, I think I want to kind of get set up and get started because I want to get good gameplay in tonight. I hope we can find a lot of people to play. Please support the stream tonight. All right, let's hit that goal tonight for sure, 100%, because we didn't hit it like half the time this week. Let's hit a goal tonight. Okay. We are. I just got to move the camera up and shrink it. King Crimson, are you saying that you might meet me tonight in the game? That'd be cool.
Yep, got to find Dents who we can beat up to make ourselves feel better about ourselves. Or feel good about ourselves, not necessarily better.
There we go, much better. King Crimson says, I hope we run into in rank tonight. We'll get a set going. I don't know if it'll match me with you or not because I'm an ultra diamond. I don't know. I'm gonna be rookie. I'm literally gonna be rookie. But I think it depends more on the comp, right? Like, yeah, it'll try to
the comp again
to your rank, but also dependent on how many people are even playing. So maybe I'll get matched with you. I mean, I'll do my best to really power level up tonight if I can. Okay, let's see how
power level up, Goob.
Power level tonight. Here we go. King Michael says hello to everybody on Kick. So everyone on Kick, say hello to King Michael. He's here and he's chilling with us tonight.
Oh, looking for an opponent. And now we get to look at what he's going to look at for most of the night.
All right. Let's get a match. Come on. I tested it and I played a single round. Aha, here we go. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday Night Fights. And guess what? We are now playing Capcom vs. SNK 2 in the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 on PlayStation. We are not playing it on PC because I was told on PlayStation there's just a lot more players. So we're going to try that out tonight. This is actually on the PS5 that I'm playing it, just for transparency purposes, okay?
Yep, had to keep bringing that up because that says something for some reason.
Team he's picking. Oh my god. This is just gonna
you still haven't broken even yet today, Dave.
So I'm starting back at rookie again, guys, because I haven't played this on PlayStation
Yep.
5.
Got a Smurf.
So I am at rookie rankings, but we'll see how I can do tonight.
What would Dave's Smurf name be?
Key groove and stuff, and if I need to get serious,
Beggy Smurf? Gouty Smurf? Come on, Laosei. Be productive. Make him regret his choices. You're letting me down so far, though. Oy, hey. Yeah, we're not gonna get any solid with this one.
Look at that combo.
We're good.
Aerial Hurricane into Shoryuken full screen, baby.
Yep, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself, which means it's going to be a long stream because he's going to have to go through a bunch of nonsense in order to get to the point where he might actually get to face someone who can, you know, deal with him and his nonsense. Yep, Gouty Smurf, I will... Yep, we will go with Gouty Smurf. So,
it's laggy as shit.
On tonight's adventures of Gouty Smurf and his patchy soul patch, he is attempting to clone the noobs with, oh god, my brain just, with Goki. What the hell was his name in the English version? It's Akuma, with Akuma. The fact that they do have Japanese and English versions of these games in the collection just do make it weird. Trying to when you're not really following the whole Capcom fighting game universe.
Can't block it from full screen. I tried.
Can't keep everything straight.
Okay.
Oh well, at least Laosei got a kill, I suppose. So. There is that.
Wow, I can't get a move to come out at all because of the lag. Finest KO photo finish trophy.
He's gonna be like us all night. Incredibly satisfied with himself. As he beats up on
connections, and it gives me a red connection first match.
Oh, then and we already have networking
nice?
unhappiness.
Red, laggy connection. So the netcode and matchmaking is just as bad on PlayStation as it is on PC because, of course, it's the same game, just a different platform.
So
I wouldn't be shocked if I get lag all night. I really wouldn't. I would not be shocked.
So Dave, when you run into an asshole, you run into an asshole. If you keep running into an asshole, maybe you're the asshole.
From Big
Now
Papa
apply that to
Phil,
Netcode.
some say the modern FGC is too corporate. Many of the top players lack personality and are boring. You think competitive fighting games are better when players are allowed to create feuds and be entertainers, like it was in the early days of the FGC? As long as it doesn't get out of hand and it doesn't actually get real and personal and people understand that it's for entertainment, then yes. You know, you don't want people actually breaking out into fights and stuff at tournaments. That would be a big no-no. At the same time, yeah, it's pretty boring when everyone's just a corporate shill wearing a stupid jersey, coming in representing some dumb team.
Oh, there's some money salt,
what?
too.
No, it's just hilarious.
Uh,
You guys are saying the audio is delayed? All right, hold on. If the audio is delayed, it's the PlayStation issue, and I can fix it. Hold on.
of course, it's a PlayStation issue and not a you issue,
It
Dave.
definitely could be delayed. Let me fix that. Let me reset the audio. Thank you for telling me there. Everyone, if that happens, if the audio desyncs, let me know, and I will resync it, okay? Because that is a PlayStation capture issue for some bizarre reason. When I play stuff on PS5, sometimes the audio desyncs, okay? So let me know, and I'll try to fix it, okay? But anyway, no, it's pretty boring when it's just about the game. Imagine if sports, you know, pros didn't have personalities and weren't allowed to do nothing and just had to shut up all the time. It'd be pretty boring, I feel. No showboating or anything. Like, I mean, you don't want to get it too crazy where people actually want to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you want some kind of excitement. Why shit talking isn't allowed is ridiculous. And the
Oh,
modern
absolutely,
FCC is such
Michael.
pussies when it comes to modern
Yes,
shit-talking.
I agree that
They're
Dave
such
would
wimps. It's
absolutely
absurd.
go Palacio, Justin Wong
Let's say
if
ask
he
what
had
group is
the
hardest to
opportunity.
use in the game. S group. Because S group.
He thought he could get something out of it.
Charge your meter infinitely, and you can do dodges like side steps. That's it. That's two, and the side step is almost worthless.
You know, as I think about it, though, I'm
And
not
the
quite so
charge, you
sure.
can only charge a level 1
I
super,
have
and
no
the
doubt that
characters
Dave
have
would
level 1
blow
super.
whoever he thought he
So,
had to if it got him
It
the
actually
money.
is almost a worthless group.
Justin Wong, though, might be a problem because Dave's got a really complicated relationship
how are
with
you
Justin
tonight?
Wong
Good evening.
because
Good to see ya.
he was in the FGC before Justin Wong.
Here we go.
He beat Justin Wong when Justin Wong was
I feel
up
like
and
once we
coming.
get through the lower ranks,
And
we
Justin
get to
Wong is
the
now so
better
far
players.
ahead of him.
We'll
Justin
go
Wong
for
is where he wishes he
like this for a
was.
month. They're not starting at rookie like
So I don't know if his pride would let him
All right,
do
yeah,
it
better
specifically to
connection.
Justin Wong. But as aside from that particular example, I agree in general Dave would, if the opportunity was there, Dave would do it.
And they're picking the
If Dave had the
bosses.
opportunity
If
to
it's
beat
Shinakuma
Justin
who's
Wong
banned
by
competitive
blowing
play,
a guy,
anyway, I mean, this is what's gonna happen
he
when
would
you
be
put
on
the
his
bottom.
knees and working the guy's belt and zipper.
K-Groove is not the hardest. No, K-Groove is hard to play until you get that artificial super. Like playing K-Groove, you always get a super. Because when you get hit, you gain meters. So you're always going to get like a level 3 super-powered super, which is a huge advantage in this game. Look, you picked 2 boss characters. Amazing. 2 boss characters.
Live and let die. Fight.
That was his R2, by the way.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
And we're back to gameplay, which means, well,
Beautiful combo.
I get to be
Air
silent for a
fireball into
while.
Ground super, baby.
As I zoned out, as I've got trouble on the horizon in Orbi Universo. Phil thinks they're a try-hard, obviously, when he considers this on the same level as the factory worker making widgets. Yeah, a lot of Dave's problems basically come back to he thinks this is no different than when he was working at Helicopter Sport, which
in the middle of my combo.
Yeah, that's just the
drops,
absolute
and then he mashes the kick and
wrong
hits
way to
me.
approach this.
No, there's no violent Ken in this one. Nope.
Which, yeah, as I mean, but I will actually, I will go out and say if Dave chose to approach this as a 9 to 5, he absolutely could do that if he wanted.
I got my chain combo first
You
attempt.
can say that whenever I
did
go,
the chain combo easier in this than I did on PC. That's pretty crazy.
yeah, Dave, no, make it a point, Dave. So be quiet just for a little bit. Besides, they'll get some skip juice. Dave, you can approach streaming and content creation like a 9 to 5, where when you go into that office, that is where that content lives. And outside of that office, you are not in the content creation grind. That is absolutely a way to organize it. But you can't live Dave's life of just come in and turn on the camera. It means that you have to, during your block time for this, you have to take care of everything you could possibly need in the course of doing whatever it is you're doing to create your content. And you also have to organize it like an actual business. It means that you have got to really, you should set up you should W-2 yourself. So you have money coming in and then you're cutting yourself a paycheck. And you are, therefore, you have you actually see in your bank account coming in from your business bank account, which is where your money coming in from the content creation goes, into your personal bank account, what you're making so that you can have the proper incentives to do more to increase your paycheck. That's a whole lot of work, especially when you don't need to do it. And it opens you up to some really weird tax complications, more work on the tax side of it, because now you're having to actually file a business return. And Dave ain't got no time for that. So no, he wants it to be a 9 to 5, but he wants all of the flexibility that comes with being a sole proprietor. But he wants to treat it like a 9 to 5 with the company that's paying him being his viewers, which that's a cancerous approach to content creation to begin with. And it's one that shouldn't make any money. The most amazing thing is Dave manages to make it work because he just keeps attracting dents who, for some reason, have way more money than good sense.
So let's see what ranking this person was, how many points I get. They were a rookie too, so I got 66 points. I'll probably play him like a first of 3 if he wants. That's it though. First of 3 or best of 3, whatever he wants to do. Different teams. The Geefster. How about parrying with Balrog? Parrying with Balrog will be interesting. Ooh. Good to have you here tonight, Jade.
Drip flare reel. Okay, this might be one of them our detractors. Because how many reels do you see randomly showing up in usernames, except when they're trying to make fun of the guy?
What the fuck? I can't even get to it. It's so laggy. I can't fucking parry. I can't even do jumping stretch punch.
Okay.
Look at these gloves I got on.
The Mike Tyson log is wearing boxing gloves. I never would have guessed that, Dave.
Oh yeah? King Crimson says tests were done on PS5 and PC. Everyone is saying the PS5 version is more accurate to arcade speed, so it might be easier to do timing now. Okay.
Dave, Jesus Christ. Did you play this in an arcade? If you did, props. But, I mean, we're talking about things that are not huge that are not hugely deterministic of what the outcomes of these fights are. Come on, Drip.
No, escape. He got paid. Good for him. Wow. He literally did a random Dragon Punch. It stuffed like a level 5 or 6 Turn Punch from full screen. Turn Punch sucks in this.
Well, that had potential, but, One
more, like I said, I'll do a first.
well, good try, Drip. Play a real if you are, in fact, a detractor-style individual.
Adam, how you doing? We basically just started, Adam. We're playing on PS5 tonight. I gotta get used to playing on PS5. It seems fine. Doesn't seem to be much different, so... Oh, I never even picked Hamaru in this yet. I don't know why I didn't. I should have.
Well...
Any plans to return to Gears? I will be playing Gears of War when it comes out this summer. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. The online play is great in that game, so... Morgan, Vega, and Bison. I should pick Bison. You're right. I should try some Bison tonight as well. Because he's really good in this, but I never use him in this for some reason.
Well, Dave, if you're gonna play Bison, then, you know, we need a certain something from you. We need a certain pilot-style hat. Don't tease us if you're not going to put it on, Dave. I mean... We come here for the simple things.
Wow, I can't get my moves out at all. I could barely get moves out.
Barely get moves out, Drew. Oh, he's feeling himself, which is always fun.
Wow. I can't parry at all.
Sorry, yeah, Michael, I got a little behind on your
victory.
messages.
OCV.
And, oh,
I think
yeah.
It's time to move on, don't you guys?
I was a baseball style
OCV,
individual
ratio
growing up.
How is Mai in this SG? She's okay. She's
The fact
not
that
badly terrible, but she's certainly
baseball
not
is obviously best ball because it is the nerd sport with it was the first statistical
Terry
sport.
Bogard OCV that guy, so it's on to the next. Let's hope to get to like silver tonight. I doubt we will, but let's hope for it. Anything good for dinner? We had homemade chicken burrito bowls, which is marinated chicken with a whole bunch of like Mexican style ingredients like corn and beans and rice and stuff like that. Pico de gallo all mixed together in a bowl. All right, guys, let's get some support tonight for Friday Night Fights and for CVS 2 now that we got a new platform. And like I said, I'm hoping we will get more players on PS5 than we had on PC. So please, let's get some support tonight. Let's hit that goal considering I had to buy this game again.
You chose to do that. Just, you know, never forget that you chose to do this, Dave. That was your decision.
Athena's one of the rare characters who's better in S group. Because if she has low health and she get infinite super, she can keep doing her super powered fireball over and over. It's very hard to get this, like, stop it.
You chose to do this, Dave.
Jade, today wasn't great. We didn't hit the goal earlier, but we actually did okay. We did like over 100 earlier.
You don't get to complain about
That's why I really did the goal
this
tonight.
when
old school fighters, all right?
You're the one who bought it. Won't stop you from complaining, but yeah, you know.
I'm actually gonna try Hamaru, who I haven't even used in this yet. I know he's good. I know he's a really good character.
Oh, yeah.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
And try to parry.
Complaining about what you're doing?
Yes, his low fierce is good.
All very much
Exactly
on.
what you do. You punch them in the balls.
All very much on
repeatedly.
message, Dave. Gonna do anything interesting?
Oh, his air throw. That's what his other super.
No? All right. Carry on then, Dave.
Ah, wanted to go for air throw and I missed it.
All right. So, will this person make things interesting? Will Ash Tier save us from his smugness? I'm not betting on it. He's pretty, Michael, he's pretty close to breaking even as it is. As I think he's at 30. I think this is 40. So it's going to have to be, you know, if we're getting saved from this, it's going to be a very salty night once we actually get going. But I'm sure NDO will show up if things are going slow. Yeah, he's already at 36. So, I mean, he hasn't quite broken even, but he's close enough that you could call it. Close enough that you could say he has. If you are that style of individual.
Super. I forgot his supers. I don't remember them at all. What's up, Hello Voltage? 2 super chat. Use your steering wheel to control Haomaru. I probably could throw the tornadoes better with the steering wheel.
The tornadoes better, you say?
I don't remember his supers at all, so that kind of sucked. All right, $38 of support and climbing, guys. Let's get to 50 right now. By the end of this next match, let's get to $50, guys. Okay? We'll go Haomaru again. I'm gonna try to remember how to use it.
Well, this will probably not end well for the guy. Haomaru
Nice
appears to be someone who actually, you know, has some skill cap to him. You know.
I'd have to buy it again because no one's playing this on PC, so there's no comp and it's all laggy. Here, at least I'm getting players on PlayStation. Sadly, that's the problem. On PC, everyone just goes right back to Fightcade and plays everything illegally and for free and steals it nonstop, which is really stupid, but that's just what happens on PC. On console, people have access to these collections. It's the only way to play these old games, so it actually works better.
Is about to explode.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone remember how to do, after that punch, how to do the, what do you call it? How to do the grab instead of the punch?
A lot of them are SNK characters, from what I gather, so they are in things that are even more obscure than Street Fighter. So that's why, even if you kind of are FGC adjacent, or you know kind of what the FGC is, you probably haven't heard of half of them.
Anyone remember how to do it?
Because I'm in the same boat.
Dragon punch, punch. He does the punch. If you do it again, he does the headbutt. But you can do a throw, and I forgot how to do the throw.
I only know it because I've seen Dave doing stuff, or I pay attention because I love sprite-based stuff. Because I will give this game credit. A lot of the sprites are awesome. They are generally pretty most of the time.
Caught him with that again. Boomba. Jane, you're welcome. He says, I missed this so much, he loves it.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Oh, great. I dropped it right over. I dropped it over her. It's a weird grab extreme machine. So you start off with Raiden, you do backwards dragon punch and punch, and just the first hit. After that, you can do a second hit, which is a headbutt if you press punch again, or you can do a throw. And I don't remember how to do the throw because the throw's really tricky.
The throw is really tricky, apparently. According to the guy. I mean, not like there are other ways to phrase that.
If only I could remember his super. I don't remember any of Hamaru's supers at all. Damn. Hey, Cowboy fan, how you doing? Thanks for the $1 tip. Did I have any fun with the 100-line Last Defense Academy demo? I mean, as much as I could have fun playing Danganronpa again, because really that's what it was to me, you know what I mean? It was all right. I don't feel like playing Danganronpa these days. I wasn't frustrated with the game and hated it, not at all. It was the demo was too long and didn't save. I wanted to play that for about 45 minutes, and I got stuck playing it for about an hour, and that took time away from other games, which is frustrating, you know? So that's my disappointment, not the actual gameplay or anything like that. Oh, let's see. Let's go Honda. Let's go Dan. Honda and Dan. And then how about an R2 Bison? There you go.
Sure, Dave. Why not? Why not? Why play anything interesting? Why play anything different in
press
this?
Kick after the punch. Okay.
We have got to be, generally speaking, the same crew over and over and over and over again. Can't play any of the ladies because, you know, he's married, stupid. Yeah, Ava Cowboy is... Ava Cowboy has all the makings of, like, an OIC sock, except that they're not giving money. Or at least they're not giving enough money.
Well, that sucked.
And they tend to have Derek-isms. You know, they just randomly explain weird shit. Which is funny, given that we already know who Derek's back as. Is Derek his Vietnamese comrade?
It's terrible. It's like a bootleg Shoryuken.
Is the
He never learned how to do it right.
the operating assumption should be that Derek is Vietnamese comrade. Because if Derek isn't Vietnamese comrade, that means that there's two Dereks out there in terms of just copying Wikipedia trivia and posting it in Dave's chat. Unironically doing that. Yeah, I saw that, Michael. I saw that. Yeah, that
reverse
was.
DP punch, then you can do reverse DP kick for the grab. Okay. DP
Yeah,
punch
no,
for the grab.
I saw that on the Meerkat stream, which was. I mean, I kind of zoned out when Meerkat went off on his tangent on watching World War III in real time on Twitter.
I was doing super talk. How dare you interrupt me?
And I definitely I zoomed back in when he was playing with ChatGPT, and you had
I did a super talk.
analogized the Israel-Iran conflict as if it were a sandwich shop, and you get the nuclear powered ovens because yeah, that's something that Dave would be interested in.
So I forgot she has a double uppercut in this too.
There's no. This is insufferable when Dave isn't
So I
salty,
think that was 3, right?
and there's no way to.
Say how many? I think that was
There's no way to get him salty
somebody else.
because he just has to start losing. And so long as he's winning, and he's winning like in a curb stomping variety, he's just not going to get salty.
Palomar super is double fireball punch. His giant super is half circle back.
All the connections are somehow amazing, man. I don't know how it works. It just like they're really see where the connections are good. I win, dude. Quit fucked trolls.
I know. Jade, it's cool playing fighting games that I actually enjoy, isn't it? Fighting games I know what I'm doing and they're fun to play instead of the modern stuff that's just the repetitive same crap over and over.
As opposed to this, which is the same kind of repetitive crap over and over again. It's just that you happen to know the cheese here without it. You have the muscle memory for the cheese.
Who do you guys want me to use? I'll use some Bison. I'll try to remember Bison. The problem is Bison is really, really good in A group, and I don't remember any A group juggle combos. I never really knew them. Like I tried a little bit and never really understood the execution, so I was never good at A group. And
So-
that would take some practice.
So, Dave, I'll weigh in. Who should you play? You should play a team of Athena, Chun-Li, and Maki.
But I mean, Big is like my best, so let's see.
I don't care how good it is. It probably is a shitty team. That's why I haven't seen most of it. But the point is just, or you know, swap in Sakura for one of them.
N group. Let's go with Raiden again.
But no, we can't play cute ladies. We have to go with the sweaty wrestler.
Oh man.
And the only reason he plays Cammy is because she is top tier, without an iota of irony over, 18 months about bitching about pattern play flowchart Cammies. And Sir Aunt Rich. Sir Aunt Reach? I am definitely reaching when I have so little to work with. What does that mean, Dave? Nihongo de, what does that mean? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Even though this is something you actually should know, Dave, because it's actually explained in Like a Dragon 7. Well, okay, if we're looking for upsides from the situation, though, the podcast tomorrow is going to be great because people are going to be pointing out that he spent $40 to buy this collection again.
Slow overhead. I wasn't expecting it.
And that's gonna annoy him. That's gonna annoy him. That people are going to be pointing that out.
Ew! We got Duty Brown Bison. Ew, why is there a Duty Brown?
I mean, we all know the joke about the scat fetish. But he does things like that, and it keeps doing it. Oh, you can't even laugh at it. It's just real. He probably does have a scat fetish.
No rematch because I whooped his ass. Nice.
Whooped his ass.
Yes, of course, that artwork is all hand-drawn art, I say. There's two artists, one on the Capcom side, one on the SNK side, who drew that artwork. And there's two versions of each character, basically, drawn differently depending on which groove you pick.
So, we will have that to look forward to in the morning, at least.
Correct. I must crush them. That is correct.
Yeah, he said Cat watches periodically.
Great.
But I genuinely don't think it's because he's worried about her seeing it. Whatever it is, it's deeper than that. Because, again, I could see someone hiding their raunchy side while on camera to prevent their significant other seeing it. But Dave has such poor impulse control. And he is such a bad actor. He couldn't keep it up. He couldn't keep it up if it wasn't real. For as long as he has. He would have backslid. Oh fuck. No singing, Dave. This is a no singing zone. I suppose it is acceptable if the background music of CVS 2 is singing. That is fine. But no Dave singing. Yeah. Dave singing is verboten.
Oh, sit down, package powerbomb.
sit down package power bomb. They again, so many non sequiturs that can be used for scat.
Training. Damn. I can't do super. You said it's 2/4 goes forward punch. I keep trying it. It doesn't come out at all. It never comes out, so I don't know.
Well, there's a little bit of salt, a little bit of complaining, but all right, can Danny B bring it home? Will he be able to use Blanca cheese? So far, he is. Come on, you've almost got this. You almost got it. Keep him on the ropes.
I can't do anything. It hits me.
There we go. There we go. No, no. Don't choke. Quit.
He
Yup,
really does super
Dave.
down. Yeah, Chang is terrible. His hitboxes suck. They keep whiffing on Blanca because Blanca's low to the ground. He's top tier. So everything I do just whiffs, whiffs, whiffs.
Yep, and
Chang
there's
sucks.
the excuses. There's the excuses. That's what we're here for.
No, Alex is not in this. Nope. There really are no third strike characters in this.
We had
There's
a
third
little
strike
taste
versions,
of the
like,
salt,
they
just a
think
little
that, like,
bit.
Ken and Chun-Li play like third strike, but they really don't. Let's do Peter. Let's be a little bit more seriously. Oh, I gotta pick Rolento. I keep forgetting. I want to try Rolento. Let's try it.
Oh, well, it was nice while it lasted. Nice while it lasted.
You pick Honda too? Holy shit. Yeah, you don't.
But we cannot have nice things. So much for that. All right, so yep, come on, Danny B. Ooh, jumped right into that dragon punch. Well, not covering yourself in glory. The hopes of detractordom ride with you, good sir, and you are letting us down.
Huh? Okay, I don't know what hit me, but okay.
Huh? That was pretty good. Huh?
Never showed it.
Almost needed a wow goop to compliment it.
A lot of trades.
Smug Dave's coming back. Spun while he was momentarily banished. But we'll see, I suppose.
That beat, I'm serious, that beat my headbutt. Clean. And headbutt always beats it in all games, but Honda sucks in this, so he fucking got beat clean. It's
Well,
crazy.
You know, if we're starting off on the wrong foot, Danny B's kind of bringing it back. Started the round close in HP, and they're staying together, which,
Couldn't get to it.
again, I know nothing about this game, but
I
basic
can't do it.
dynamics of team play are if you keep
I
the
literally
HP
can't do
close
anything.
and get
Dude,
your anchor
I can't.
characters, you should be
I'm
able to
serious.
win.
Like, he's not even doing nothing but right in a Blanca Ball. I can't stop the Blanca Ball.
Yep, and there's the salt. There's the complaining. Give us more, Dave. Why can't you win? Why aren't you pwning this noob? Tell us that it's all the
Can't
Cannon
stop it.
Brothers' fault.
Blanca Ball beats everything. He literally just did Blanca Ball 17, 18 times. I can't do anything. You can't, unless you have like a move that will get it, counter it clean, like an uppercut or something. And I can't punish it with half these characters. I don't know how I'm supposed to punish it on block.
Dave,
So he's literally beating me by just picking Blanca and doing Blanca Ball 700 times. So, I mean, the thing is, I
Don't
wanna
you
be-
use
I'm
Blanca
not
in this
playing him
game,
for
Dave?
real, because if I did, I would destroy him. If I pick my real team, I'm not fucking around trying to learn.
there we
I
go.
guess you do
There
Blanca.
we go. There we go.
Why
That's
compare
the
it? 'Cause even
ticket.
compare it, you can't hit him after it anyway. It's a waste of time. Seriously.
That's
I'm
the
telling
ticket.
you, Blanca's busted with that Blanca ball in this game. You'd have a really good character to hit him after, someone who has like a lot of speed and range. Oh, I got an anonymous $20 tip. Good matches so far.
And he's broken even.
And it just says hope and it cut off. I don't know what he was going to say there. It's like he was going to continue with his message, but it cut off. Thank you for a $20
Yeah,
anonymous
Dave.
tip.
My chat's right in this case. My chat's right. Yes, it is your job to know this. You're the person who's flexing on having played this for 2 decades.
I remember being good at this, but I don't remember how to play with him. I remember you got to do a lot of walk-up tips, like walking forward, light punch a bunch.
Oh, there's a new one we've not seen in a while. It's I know this guy's good, but I don't remember why he's good.
Damage, and then you can lead it to chipping, but I can't remember.
And the funny thing, and the best part of that is, that's actually not a bad thing. You know, you can. It's been 20 years. If you don't remember everything about the game, that's fine. Except when you flex like Davis.
Oh, but I don't remember. Been too long. Trying to learn this stuff.
Trying to learn it? What the hell are you talking about, Dave? You're the one who's bragging how you already know everything.
Never get to see it. Come on, let's get some subs over on Kick tonight. What's going on over there?
Let's get some subs.
Let's get some subs, and let's get some super chats. We only have Hello Voltage with the super chat tonight for Friday Night Fights. Come on. Guys, again, this week was a rough week because I was finishing long playthroughs like Clear Obscure.
Beg.
We need to end strong tonight. Let's get support tonight, please.
And there's the... Was that seal clapping? I don't know if that was seal clapping. Let's check the replay.
And what they don't understand is if they actually had a game, a crossplay version. Friday Night Fights, come on. Guys, again.
Yeah, that was a seal clap. That was a seal clap.
Because I was finishing long playthroughs like Clear Obscure. We had shitty Mind's Eye. We had a bunch of streams that didn't do well. We need to end strong tonight. Let's get support tonight, please.
2 seal claps.
Paseo, I don't think we'll ever get a crossplay fighting collection because that takes a lot of investment money, I think, to get it to work. And what they don't understand is if they actually had a game, a crossplay version, right? And they put effort into it and added new features. Like, imagine if this game had, like, 50 colors of character, something crazy like that, or you could customize stuff and make it your own, right? More people would buy it. More people would support it. But they want to do minimum effort, maximum profit. So they really just shuffle around and dump out a crappy, bare bones collection with no features, no crossplay.
This deserves clipping.
Money, and then they're done. And then they're on to the next, another year later, it's the next collection. That's what they did last year. Was the Marvel collection. Now it's this. Probably next year.
The Dunning-Krugerism of it all.
They'll just keep doing it. It's really stupid. Really pathetic, honestly.
Okay. Dave likes to say, or, well, no, it's a meme of, I'm a mature adult with a business degree. And it may be a business degree, maybe a finance degree, whatever it is. This gentleman likes to think he knows about business. Well, what product are these collections competing with? They are competing with Fightcade. This product is competing with Fightcade, which is entirely free and maintained by people who genuinely love the product. Of course, all that they're going to do is attempt to cheap cash in, because anybody who actually gives a shit about this, who genuinely wants the experience, already is playing Fightcade and will not be able to be convinced to pay $40 for this collection, let alone whatever they charge on top of that if they actually put the time in to make it crossplay. So yeah, Dave, of course these collections are put together with an eye towards the bottom line. And more to the point, the people who actually buy this are people who have never heard of Power Stone or whatever the other games in the collection are, other than whatever thing that was a hot 20 game in arcades 20 years ago, almost 25 years ago. Which, yeah, the only way they make money on something like this is if they keep costs down. And if they put the money into it, they'd lose it because, again, anybody who wants to play this competitive, anybody who actually wants to play multiplayer is already on Fightcade. It's just how it is. You hate going on Fightcade because you know you're going to get beaten into the ground. You keep coming up with excuses why you can't, and they're very dumb excuses. Okay, because remember, if you haven't been paying attention to this saga of Dave and Fightcade, this is a guy who raged at his chat for an hour about how they didn't tell him that Fightcade had a peer-to-peer connection and that someone could get his IP address. He raged that this could happen and that nobody told him, and how it was their fault he couldn't play because they didn't tell him that. And whenever somebody suggested, hey, just use a VPN, they got banned for being an idiot who doesn't know anything about anything because he's not buying a VPN to use to play Fightcade, and VPNs just add input lag. And then this idiot ends up getting a VPN to do Smart Guys and still won't consider doing Fightcade, presumably because of the input lag, when the long and the short of it is that the input lag, the other guy is going to have the same problem too. Because if you assume that they've got good internet hygiene and are using a VPN, and even if they don't, 20 milliseconds of input lag or 30 milliseconds of input lag, that's a frame and a half. People have frame perfect timing are exceedingly rare to begin with, and you certainly don't, Dave. Jesus Christ. And yes, Michael A. Dave wants whatever he puts on the screen, he wants money for. He wants $150 no matter what it is. And bonus points if you give him $150 while also doing it for him. Oh my God. That was, I apologize for the stem winder that ended up being, but that was bad. That rant was dumb even by his standards.
I wish that they would take it seriously, but I don't think it'll ever happen. Well, we need players. The problem is, like I said, I really doubt that all the players are at the bottom right now.
Oh, the excuses are starting. The excuses are starting. Good.
It sucks because, like, I was having fun messing around, but maybe I just need to turbo through these people to get points, you know?
He needs to turbo through them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Even he agrees this is terrible content.
Does anyone care? I want to play that. I like classic Mortal Kombat, although it's nowhere near as competitive as classic Street Fighter. To make it abundantly clear, it's very slow moving, very basic gameplay, nothing really to it. It wasn't until Ultimate MK3 that really there were proper good combos in Mortal Kombat.
Nothing is as good as
but still,
SF2 Turbo in his mind.
Play those games, and I would love to play them. So
everything that was a contemporary was primitive compared to the game that got him 4th place at Evo.
King Crimson, are you searching and have you found anyone tonight? I wonder if we can find each other. I don't know if I'll do Gears 1 campaign, Haseo. I never have done Gears 1. I started with Gears 2. When it was a new release, that was one of my earliest big playthroughs was Gears 2. But I don't know if I would do the campaign of Gears 1 if anyone's going to give a shit about it. I want to do the multiplayer, though.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna... I don't know what he hopes to get out of doing a Gears of War playthrough, because...
Yeah, King Furbs, we'll see. I'll recommend it to her.
Well, it's the same thing he hopes to get out of everything, I suppose. Money. I don't understand how he thinks it'll be good content. It's a cover shooter, and, you know, cover shooters are what they are.
What's so dumb about this is it doesn't even, like...
Okay, here we go.
Like, even if it gave me, like, someone with a bad connection, it's better than no one. It's giving me no one. You know people are playing this. You know what I mean? It's flawed. It's a flawed collection. The matchmaking's awful.
It's awful, dude. Awful.
Come on. We're doing good. We're getting non-stop matches, and now it's not going to find someone, really?
Yeah, it's not going to find... It's almost like not a lot of people are playing this game, Dave. You know where to go to find... If you want to face people, you know where to go find them.
Back to PC, we were getting the same amount of players, and the connections were even worse. So there's no point. It's going to be the same situation. In fact, I guarantee you on PC, there's like no one playing anymore. Like I said, there's supposedly less than 200 players total on PC. Total. Worldwide.
Oh, that sounds like it's time for a field trip.
Thank you, Hearts to Hearts. Yeah, maybe ReQ. I don't know.
Field trip time.
No, I'm not gonna play Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, Jay. Number one, we're getting out of insanely lengthy playthroughs. I don't want to get into another one. Number two, I already played Yakuza 0 at one point, so no desire to play that again. Oh, come on. No, I doubt King Crimson. Come on. He goes, I find it easier to find matches when you're in game and standby and training mode. I'll tell you right now, it doesn't do anything. In-game standby doesn't affect anything. It's going to be exactly the same.
Dave, just keep telling yourself that.
We're not even in training mode. It didn't even go to training mode. Look what it did. It went to this. I don't want to play against the computer. This is stupid. This is a waste of time. All right, at least we got a match.
Well, I can't even argue with Dave because there are currently 198 people playing the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. So, well, so much for that field trip. I'll get you next time, Dave.
I want to try Bison. And then I'll try Relento. But then I'll go with a good, like, R2.
Oh. Oh, I was hoping that this particular person was going to do one of the cheesy things that we have seen be done in this collection, where they do the one character that gets all the buffs.
I got Duty Brown again. I didn't even mean to.
No. Let's hear that again.
I got Duty Brown again. I didn't even mean to.
I will let the audience decide whether he meant to or not, but we all know what we're thinking on that point.
No idea what I'm doing. I don't know how he plays at this. I mean, I know his moves, but I don't know like what his priorities are, what his combos are. No idea.
Have no idea what to do, but I'm still winning, Goob.
Oh, I like that color.
Okay, that's something I don't get about Mr. Oldhead. I played it in the arcade. I'm an OG doob. Shouldn't he know every color combination?
Just rope super because that's what it used to be. They changed
by
it
muscle memory.
I got stupid knife super instead. Damn it.
And if he doesn't know them, shouldn't it be pretty easy to look them up and just do them? It's not like they're secret.
I did it again. I did it again. I did the wrong super. I comboed into the stupid knives instead of the rope super, which would have killed her. It sucks. I fucked that up totally. So I like that color. The Relento purple. I think that was all three kicks together. I don't like the Duty Brown Bison.
The Duty Brown Bison. He's just gonna keep saying that. Okay, apparently.
Forget, I don't need Blanca. I'll pick a different third. Guile.
I remain gobsmacked. I remain gobsmacked that
like charcoal.
This guy keeps going on about Duty Brown Bison. Though I will, I suppose, give him an iota of credit because he's not making a duty joke, because that's where his brain would go if it wasn't so gin-addled.
Too far. You just mashed the super and got it. I wanted to juggle after the punches, but I did level 2, and I guess a level 2 has like no distance in this.
And yeah, I would say...
Oh, I really like this, Verlento. This is 3 kicks.
I would say vintage should matter on something like this, because these games never had a huge player base in the first place, and if you... I suppose I have a bit of a different tack on Dave's tourney days than some. I mean, you don't get good enough to be competitive at these games, even at the level of relative lack of competitiveness that existed in the early 2000s. You don't get good enough to do that and not have some of it just become muscle memory. And so,
That's not what I wanted either, seriously.
He's not wrong that being an OG does have some significance. The problem is that the significance is within a community that hates him, and he can't communicate anything that should be communicable with the knowledge that he should have. And because he does know stuff about this game, but yeah, Michael, you are correct that a lot of what he knows was just how to cheat.
The ground grab would have done big damage. You went right through it, damn.
He has always been bad at learning game systems and how they interact. Not even how they interact. Because he can tell you how stuff is supposed to work. And I assume he's right, because I don't know my fighting games. But he can describe how things are supposed to work, and then he'll go and try. Then he should be able to then go and demonstrate it and use it.
Oh wow, great. Good luck in
and he can't.
Don't worry, they probably have no idea what the hell they're doing.
It's always, whenever it comes time to actually apply the knowledge, it's bugged port mechanics, doob, or bad netcode, fuck you Cannon Brothers, or something like that.
Support the stream. We didn't hit 50 yet. Let's get to $50. Oh, we did. We did max. Let's get to 100. We need to hit this goal tonight. Come on. It's been a rough week with all the stuff going on.
I gotta hear that again. That was okay, so the ball comes off the bat, and it is hit right to the shortstop. It takes a funny bounce. He bobbles it, but then immediately picks it up and tries to cut the guy out, except it's begging. So the hop and drop is on the $50, and then it's just boom, right into the laser beg for the 100. Let's hear that again.
We didn't hit 50 yet. Let's get to $50. Oh, find someone else again. Come on, everyone. Support the stream. We didn't hit 50 yet. Let's get to $50. Oh, we did. We did max the $50. I wasn't paying attention. Let's get to 100. We need to hit this goal tonight. Come on. It's been a rough week with all the stuff going on. Let's get...
Oh, thank you, Dave. That was a nuclear bag. I mean, it wasn't like Code Black, but it was just out of nowhere.
Subs. We need subs on kick right now.
Oh,
so
and there's the follow-through.
Right now. Just one sub. Let's do it.
There's the follow-through. The tin cup be rattling. The tin cup be rattling. Come on, kill you for real. Kill you for real, I suppose. Be a competent player. Show him what for with Maki.
Why is she getting that throw? What is she going to throw for every time? Caught her full screen.
That was kind of bullshit.
The grab throw.
That was kind of bullshit.
I gotta remember the inputs in this game. They changed the super inputs.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Wow. Ugh.
Well, Michael, he was burning Helbernell, but yeah, corner grab spam is something that I know Dave liked to do because he likes to do it today.
Wow, nice uppercut. Oh man, I should have been able to punish her when she landed from the fireball. The game skipped. Us
Should
and let
have,
her roll out of the
didn't.
corner. She shouldn't have been able to
Standard
do it.
issue
I should've got
excuses,
free
Dave.
combo. Wow, is this Champion Edition?
Well done, my goop. Well done. Yeah, kill you for real is just letting me down.
Adam, thank you.
Letting all of us
Adam
down
became
in
a
the
member tonight. That does
Snortex.
count for the goal tonight.
The
Thank you, Adam,
grind
for
as the
membership.
grind through the ranks continues to, we get to a point where we might get some salt. Isn't it time for you to take your break, Dave? You're constitutional.
So it makes sense to keep rematching it.
No? Of course not. We can't have nice
I wish I
things.
could
We
remember
can't have
all the
nice
conflict
things.
in this. I seriously don't.
For all the scheduling tism, we can't have just regularly scheduled breaks.
What is my favorite current gaming platform? Of course, PC. I mean, even though PC has issues, you want flexibility with it. You have the ability to get the best graphics if you have a good rig.
Okay, Dave, back it up. I want to hear about those issues. What are your issues with PC? Because it usually boils down to you being an idiot.
You fucker. Again, what the hell? Whoa! Basically, he just keeps rolling and mashing buttons, and it all hit me. Like, what the fuck? Thank you, Adam. He just keeps proving the haters wrong. I like this color, too. I think Roletto might have the best colors in the game.
Oh, the graphics can be pretty sweet, can be pretty good on an old game like this because pixel art basically died for 15 years. And these early aughts Capcom fighters tended to be the zenith of the art
Seriously, I think
until
he
you
has
get
great
the
colors.
emergence of the 2D, 3D, or the 2D HD games in the mid 2010s.
Super.
The stuff like Octopath Traveler.
No super again.
That was a botched Super Dragon Punch. Dave's liking this because it means he gets to beat up on
just kept trying to
someone
do that.
who's a little out of their depth against him.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Whoa, goop.
Only would have come out. Of course, no combo. Nice for Echoes. Okay. I might start using Relento. I'm starting to remember how to use him now.
Wow, goop.
I think that's enough of this guy. We beat him up a lot. Thanks for the points,
Well,
but we should find somebody else.
thanks for moving on,
One
Dave.
more,
Thanks for
yeah,
moving
find
on.
somebody new. Hopefully we can find somebody new. Okay. I'm now tried up, but let's split the part when we come back. Wait,
And
what?
there.
What happened? Oh, that's right. Now it's going to the offline nonsense to match.
Jasper
All right, I'm
did
back.
that. Jasper did that.
Guys, so it's gonna keep doing this, but I don't want to do this. This is dumb. Like, how do I get out of here? How do I get to training mode while doing in-game queue up or whatever? Does it start here? Nope. Menu? Nope. How do I do this? How do I get to training
It's
mode while I'm
chat's
in-game
job to
queue up?
tell him as opposed to, you know, just
Oh, from here?
experimenting and seeing what he finds.
Nope. Nope.
Is-
Oh, did.
That's
Okay.
exactly what you wanted, you idiot.
I'll practice with Relento trying to find combos. Where is he?
Remember, he doesn't have time to lab, though, guys. And people who do go to the lab to practice are tryhards.
Yeah, we're supposed to be at 62. What did I put? 62? It is 62. Right? Yep. All right, so hopefully it's matching up right now, right?
Mm-hmm. So Dave. So how are you not a tryhard at the moment,
Jab,
Dave?
jab, which is ridiculous.
I'm waiting, Dave. How are you not being a tryhard right now?
You can't combo the jab into anything.
Is it because you are A hypocrite? I'm gonna go with, I think it's because you're a hypocrite.
There's the cross up. I gotta learn the timing.
Also, don't you have your constitutional take? You know, split the part?
Oh, I can't get low kick after it.
No?
Oh, I just want low kick combo. I can't
Okay.
get it. See? I can't even get a jab after it.
Riveting gameplay, Dave. Riveting gameplay.
If I can throw, but I'm not sure. I want to do a combo.
Get up and leave. Get up and leave already, so that we can have Chair Coon.
I can't do low kick after that. Wow, it's the block. It's tough. The timing's really tough.
How much skip juice have we got? Not enough.
I swear
Not
you can
nearly
combo.
enough. Oh my.
I can only do it from here. Jab,
This
jab,
is,
punch,
and
kick.
this is the content. This is the content. I mean, this is akin to me doing what I've kind of just had pulled up for a half hour or so now in TNO as America, just kind of dinking around doing all the game start organization stuff and
get crossed up,
expecting to
yeah.
get $150 for it.
Mars, having how are you tonight?
Word that I could get $150 for just having organizationalism on stream.
I can't get it.
Or that anybody could. That would be kind of business that you should be going into.
Can't.
Resting gout face is
That's the manual.
resting gout face
I
intensifies.
see. That's the real long distance one. You can't cross up with that though. No. That's if you gotta go full screen, like maximum jump over.
So
everything.
yeah, I guess this is what we're doing, Dave. This is the content.
That
Now
you
I'm
can
repeating
combo.
myself
Only two straight
because
up hit. Okay. Thanks for
how
that.
do you turn this into something
Last person
interesting?
gets to roll or no? Yeah, he still has it.
I mean, I feel like I should go back to the memology clips I was watching earlier,
Back
but
to the strike.
I
I'm
mean,
matching up. I don't even know if I am.
it
Am I
kind of
matching up? I hope
violates
I
the
am.
principle of watching Friday Night Fights, because what makes Friday Night Fights great to watch is you'll be dealing with this utter nonsense. Somebody will say something in chat,
Okay.
and then he will just have a
Alrighty, folks, we're heading to the
thermonuclear
second-
meltdown out of left field.
We're heading to the second half of Friday Night Fights. I was getting a match, and it literally disappeared. I don't even think they declined. I think it literally glitched and disappeared, so that's not good. As I wait for matches now, I'm actually practicing in training mode.
Heaven forbid it might have actually declined.
That timing is tough. I'm not going to get the rackets.
Yeah, Michael AEC, now you're just being a damn dirty detractor who
There we
knows
go.
nothing. Don't you
Very
know
nice
that
to have
every
resubscribed for
serious
6 months.
fighting game player has
nice
to
to
silently try hard silently try hard in silence, which is a Dave-worthy phrase of, if there ever was one. But they have to just not talk at all, because they have
Dude,
all their
let's start with
focus
Blitz.
has to
I
be
wanna
on poning the noobs,
Let's go
which is why
with-
Justin Wong talks to stream and does exactly what you said.
Then we'll go with Bison.
Nope. I guess that makes me a damn dirty detractor too, because I'm arguing that Dave's being less than truthful and is not a good streamer, and that just can't be the case.
Trying to learn Relento tonight.
Trying to learn Relento, which again he claims he doesn't have time to do. He can never do it. He can never learn new characters because he just doesn't have time to. And yet here we are, trying to learn new characters. But again, he will not learn any of the ladies.
I didn't even do anything there.
Though I'm sure some of them are probably broken. Or at least OP. NL10. No, you're not off to a great start.
No, this team has less
Representing
players
your truck
because everyone
kind.
went to Fightcade. Everyone went back to Fightcade on
NL10.
PC, which was inevitably going to happen in
NYL10.
stream. Almost. Okay. On again.
So, Dave, you gonna say something? Anything? Resting gout face it is. Resting gout face it is.
Right. The Rekkas didn't combo. Okay.
Well, at least that was
Yeah, I wish I could play Fight K2. Oh,
You
well.
can.
Fight.
You fucking
I don't know if Bison
can.
supers. Does he have a super Psycho Crusher? Can't block. Right. That's right, you do punch and then Psycho Crusher after in combos. 5 hits. Yeah, it did, oh, it did 1 hit? That was it? The Super Psycho Crusher did 1 hit, late.
JB, I've been following since a couple of months after the Twitch partnership. I've been here
God.
pretty much since the return to
You
YouTube.
recovered that fast.
It has been a hell of a ride just since he's come back to YouTube. Because I remember the days when he was, I mean, probably the whole of 2021 after the Twitch partnership through the middle of 2022, he was really just circling the drain. I mean, he was trying everything to save the sinking ship. You know, within the definition of what is acceptable for Dave. I mean, he was to the point of bringing back chair spins. He was that desperate.
Woohoo, super bra.
And then he got... I don't remember what pulled him out of it. It might have been the first Hypnotic Jinx
Pick all the different colors, see what they
streak. But he managed to keep it afloat. He did manage to build the business,
They're all great players.
quote
They
unquote,
all pick the boss character
to
that are banned from competitive
kind of
play.
get it back into
They have no
shape
idea.
where he was willing to be a little more adventurous by the end of 2022. And so that's when he had I don't know if you've heard about this, JB, but he had a dream. It came to him. He wanted to do an interview where he could tell the whole world his side of the story. And that entrained the entire side-scrollers boondoggle. And I feel the need to bring that up because those were his words. The idea, it came to him in a dream. He wanted to do an interview.
Wow,
And then he
yeah,
held
okay.
court trying to he didn't go soliciting an interview. He didn't reach out to people saying, "Hey, can I come on your show?" No, they were expected to come to him to get the interview, the Dark Side Phil
We're not going
interview.
to be doing a mod beats DSP tries it if people don't support, and we haven't hit many goals this week at all, so I don't know, man.
Low key beg.
That was almost super.
Oh, the entitlement always has been, and some of the entitlement is never justified, but we all to a certain extent expect to be able to continue the lives
Wow,
we
that was
had
a
as
great move. That
children
includes
as far
the
as
job.
our standard of living. So if
Yikes.
you grow up comfortably middle class, you are going to expect that to continue. I think a fair amount of Dave's entitlement, quote unquote, just stems from that. No, it started with that. And then just as the YouTube money rolled in, it rolled up into that. And then, well, at that point, he should have the 250 grand or whatever he made in
Oh my God,
2010
seriously?
forever.
He did roll level 1 super
for
and
doing the
actually
same
hitting
work,
me.
which that's where the entitlement where the greed got massively strong and the entitlement just went off the charts, was when he started making YouTube money. Before that, I don't know if it was, I mean, I'm sure it's always been strong to a certain extent, but there is always a certain level of, it's not unreasonable to
Here's the dog. Thank you for a
expect to
$2
keep
super chat.
the standard of living you had as you transition into adulthood.
$69 to support and climbing.
Doesn't mean you
Less
get
than
to
an
do
hour
it,
left on stream. Can we hit the goal
but
tonight? Please, let's do it.
People, it is not uncommon that people do that. They have that expectation.
If I play this guy for real, I'm going to destroy him, but I'm trying to learn.
Play him for real. Play him for real. So every loss then is the result of him not taking it seriously.
Yeah, the collections are a waste. I agree.
Then why did you buy it again?
Who's going to stick around and play them when they're not cross-play and when the netcode sucks? Two critical problems they haven't fixed.
So okay, I want to hear that again, because this stream started off with Dave buying this collection again for $30 or $40 on PlayStation. So Dave, what do you think about the collection?
Yeah, the collections are a waste. I agree. There's such potential, but who's going to stick around and play them when they're not cross-play and when the netcode sucks? Two critical problems they haven't fixed.
So again, why should people watch you then? Why should people not give you shit when you just said this is a waste of money, and yet here we are, you having bought it?
Matches. We are getting matches.
I suppose, what do you mean by good, JB? On what curve are we grading? Are we talking about good by the standard of people who are actually knowledgeable about fighting games? Because I can't comment, because I know nothing about fighting games in the grand scheme of things. He is certainly good at fighting games in general, in the sense of, if he were to just randomly do a game with me, he would clobber me with probably, he'd triple perfect me in this particular game, or he'd perfect me in twice in a row in SF6 or whatever you want, because I'm not good at fighting games. He is distinctly better than most people who will ever touch it, because most people are not gonna play it. They're never gonna try to get good at it. They're gonna pick it up to have some fun, to see what it is. The number of people who take it seriously enough to try it competitively, just the vast majority of the player base never does that. So that Dave is better than the vast majority of the player base isn't surprising in the fighting games he chooses to play. Because for as much as he rants about tryhards, the man he cannot play a fighting game without tryhard. He has to win. He has to take it seriously. It has to be competitive. He cannot just fuck around with it. It's why he always had trouble with Smash. With Smash Brothers, he could never get into the idea of it's not supposed to be competitive. I mean, you can play it competitively, and people can make anything competitive.
It beat the jab, which should have punished the roll. Nice delay there.
And he's salty about that when he's going to win. This should be an easy layup to win, because he's got a character and a half's worth of life.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, better than casuals. Yeah, I mean but that gets into what's a casual.
No crouching medium.
I've never liked the term casual, just because it's got connotations, mainly because of the tryharding. It's hard to be a casual in a fighting game because of just the nature of the beast. I mean, it's not like WoW, where you can pick it up for a month.
Find somebody else.
Yeah, he has the exact same problem with Mario Kart. Exactly, he has the exact same problem with anything that is competitive. Competitive in the sense of there is a ranking system in place where you can rank better than somebody else. He has to take everything like that seriously, and it has to have some meaning and significance. It can't just be a thing. And honestly, I'm the same way to a certain extent. It's if I'm putting my time is valuable, and if I'm putting my time into it, and it's got a ranking system, I want to go at least as far up that ranking system as my willingness to invest time will take me. So I get that. I do get that from Dave. It's just that he just blows it so out of proportion. I mean, he can't turn it off. He can't turn it off. He can't accept that I'm going to play this and I'm going to cap out at in fighting game terms. I'm going to cap out at bronze because that's the limit of what my skill will do, and I'm not going to put the time in to get better than that. And I would say that's the key difference, between my Tism and Dave's is I know where to be content, and in the times when I'm not content, I know I'm going to have to put in time to do this if I want to move up to the rank I think I should be at.
Wow.
Dave, and some of Dave's problems also come from the fact that he's got so much nostalgia tied up in these things.
If I do them regular timing, they don't come out.
That.
Jeez.
Just be quiet for a little while, Dave. This is a thought I'm trying to finish. He's got so much tied up in his nostalgia and his sense of self. I mean, it's the Al Bundy problem. I mean, we've all know you hang around detractor streamers long enough, sooner or later somebody's going to reference Al Bundy and how Al's greatest day of his life was when he threw 4 touchdowns and won the state championship. And for Dave, it is his greatest achievement, the thing that he will never top, is the day that he took 4th place at Evo. And everything that was tied into that. So it's not just Super Turbo, it's MVC, it's all the fighting games that he played are tied into that. So what you get is this really weird obsessiveness with whenever one of them drops and he can pay money to relive the glory days by beating up on scrubs, he will do it because the greatest days of his life were when he was doing that, was when he was being a competitive Street Fighter player and he was good at it. And I'm not going to get into the weeds of what does good mean. Because, he wasn't as good as the competition. He wasn't as good as the other people who were on that circuit. If 32 people enter the tournament, he's going to be the 16th best person there. Yeah, but Doob, he was the best American. Duh. Quit, fuck JB. This is what happens when I detractors in chat. Look, just send me a tip or, just send me a tip. I'm not even going to threaten to ban you. Just send me a tip. That's what you should be doing anyway, Doob. Sorry about letting my it's a powerful intoxicant to live in the past, and Dave, he does it and he doesn't realize he's doing it. That's the thing I think gets me spun up is if he just admitted that, yep, my life sucks and I want to relive the days that I liked, it would be sad. This is just annoying.
Wonder why I have to mash him so fast. I'd love to see someone who only plays Street Fighter 6 do these combos. Seriously.
They'd probably do it better than you, Dave. Probably do it better than you.
Okay. Oh.
No, he sank every discretionary point he had at character creation point by into luck.
I think you're supposed to do cross up, like medium kick hooks over, hop medium kick, it cooks over, then you low fierce into the Rekkas, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember.
Live and let die. Fight.
Come Come on, we have actual Big Dave 320 here. Come on, wake up, my guy. Show Dave why you are the biggest
That's right.
Dave.
You cross him, you can hit confirm jab into the combo. That's correct. There's like a weird blueberry yogurt color or something.
Thank you for the sub, JB. It's always good to know that my silliness and my sharing of my personal tisms related to Dave is being appreciated. And thanks for coming and hanging out with me on this Friday night. And for putting up with my dead air
Oh my God.
when Dave's in, when Resting Gout Face is running rampant and he has nothing to say.
An interesting special pose.
Oof. Scissor kicks to the face. Not good. Behold my awesome fighting game commentary. I, too, can describe what you just saw on screen.
Every button he pushed counter hit me. It was a
Give
match,
money,
it was
please.
Nice. It all got lucky. Okay.
Got anything to add, Dave? No? Gonna explain what you're doing? No? We gonna get any kind of, since you have so many cameras, we gonna get any kind of fight stick cam? No? Okay.
Stop that. I need to get to silver, so at least I can get matches that are decent. It's a problem. Stuck down here in the lower rankings, the dredges. But you know what?
Well, the dredges. Well, Dave, that includes you.
It's time to troll. That's literally it. It's time to troll, folks.
So, are you gonna do something fun?
What you should never do. Guys, please support classic fighting games. I did buy this version of the game to try to get more comp. We are going to get
And
more comp.
there's the beg, and there's more competism.
TBS2 tonight. We are at 69 bucks of support. We've got a ways to go with less than an hour left. Let's do it.
Oh God, there's another hour left. Sorry to anybody who that was too loud. My brain just died a little bit from hearing that. Yeah, JB, we can't have
Can't block.
we can't have control cam because people then might if people actually see his inputs, they might actually be able to point out how he's screwing them up. Which will be funny if we end up getting like a pedal cam on Truck Sim, because that is so utterly unrequired. Because he's not not actually using the clutch.
Don't even train with the Orient training mode today. Gotcha. At least now I'm gonna get fast points. Here we go. Oh, I'm getting the boost now, aren't I?
Oh, he's found something to cheese with. He's found his cheese, which means it's going to be even more insufferable than normal for a while.
Can't block.
Just can't block. I don't think it's JB. That's a good question.
That was super.
I don't think it's that he can't understand. I think it's because he's never given it enough thought, if that makes any sense. So, Dave has got it into his head that the reason why people on the internet don't like him is because of detractors. Because people clip him, and when he thinks people clip him,
Yes, please. More points.
he thinks like Dick Stroking
20
Phil
points for that one,
vlogs
But I got
kind of clipping,
points.
where Dick Stroking Phil vlogs, yeah, he gets Dave to say stuff that Dave didn't said because of the power of editing. He thinks every clip is like that. And because of that, people think things about him that have no basis in fact. And because
Fast fights and big points.
if there's any example that proves the point that Dave wants to make, that proves it 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that because Dick Stroking Phil vlogs exists, that means all trolls take him out of context, and that means that every clip about him is wrong. So ergo, people don't like him because of all those fake clips, and people would like him, or at least not hate him, if they just gave him a chance. That's so. I think that if you could ever like strap Dave down into a chair and force his eyes open a la A Clockwork Orange,
Can't do that.
and forced him to see why detractors don't like him, forced into
Ultron,
his skull
yes.
the entitlement,
Oh, yeah.
the arrogance, just the constant begging, and how that's such a turnoff. I think he could understand it, but he will never attempt to understand it so long as he can protect his ego by saying, well,
very bad
people
choice.
like Dick Stroking Phil vlogs exist and they make me look bad because they edit everything into oblivion. So, yeah, I think he can understand. I think he just never will so long as he has an option available that allows him to protect his ego.
Done. Holy shit. Now that was a record time right there. Hell yeah. Yes, please. More points, please. Wow. That was less than 60 seconds,
I mean,
wasn't it?
no,
Damn.
I think Dave knows exactly what he did in Champions. I think.
Now he
Okay,
went Blanca.
okay. And here's the thing. In
He went
Champions
Blanca.
is
That's amazing.
I do not
That's legitimate.
question that given that this was still the Sons of Kojima era when the Champions nonsense really got started, I do not question for a second that people were out there stirring the pot and trying to stir up shit with the guilds he was in and making being around Dave a pain in the ass with the intent of trying to get him thrown out of these guilds to harm his
Well, I don't think
champions
that's the super
play
chat. I have no idea what you're
gameplay.
talking about.
I have no
have
doubt
no idea
people
what you're
did
talking
that,
about. I also don't
and
know if he's
that
talking
is
about
just
something
fucking
else.
retarded.
I'm not gonna lie, I
If
don't
you'll
know
pardon my
what
using non-YouTube friendly words, just doing those kinds of gay ops is not cool.
Oh,
Which,
excuse me.
point and laugh at the guy. That's fine. But you do lend credence to his being a jackass when gay ops are run. So, no, I entirely believe him that life was getting very hard in Champions because the more militant detractors were stirring the pot. I don't believe for a minute he sold that account. And if anybody does believe that he sold Down from the Rafters, I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona that you might be interested in.
Alrighty then.
Hell, I don't
Rack
even
up
have
the points.
ocean
Only doing
property.
this to rack up the points.
I don't even have
Our
some
4
oceanfront
matches to
property
rack
in
up
Arizona.
points, baby.
I've got the rights to a George Strait song on the subject. That's how deep
Silver. I
your
got the
naivete
silver.
is.
I did it. I got the silver by doing that. Good shit.
So,
Nice.
no, he knew what he did.
I could probably get the gold doing it.
He knew what he admitted he knew what he was doing about Champions during the first half of the redemption arc or the Kino arc or whatever you want to call it. When it was during the June documentary React, where he just straight up said that he lied to his viewers for 7 years. Like it was nothing. Like this is something normal people do. And that was the most revealing part of the June React, as far as I was concerned, is he just said, "Yep, I lied to you." And like that was that. When,
Knocked over his
you know,
fireball. See that?
no, that's the beginning of something, Dave. No, not the end. I mean, it says what a massive piece of shit you are, that you thought it was okay to lie to your audience for years. Not just to lie to them, but to gaslight them. To tell them that they were the crazy ones for thinking you were playing Champions. When you were playing Champions and you were doing this, you were lying to them and gaslighting them just because you thought it would make your life easier. And that's that was the context of it. Is he said, I lied to him because it was just easier if you didn't think I was playing Champions.
I got a $5 tip.
Which is just
Chocoboco, there's a difference between simple and easy. This game doesn't carry you to win like Street Fighter 6 mechanics does. No, it does not. Oh, no, it does not. There's very hard to play this game, quite frankly, at a high level. It's a pretty difficult game.
I thought it was going somewhere with that. Sorry. I thought it was going somewhere with that. I thought it was about to say something very stupid.
What the fuck?
So what's going on is Big Dave is still not doing his job.
Thank you, Chocoboco, for $5. I don't have time to put it on the leaderboard, but I will after this match. Kangaroo Nick just did a super chat saying it's his first show. Great, he's enjoying the stream. Glad to hear that.
Oh, yeah, so I also don't know why he still has a leaderboard. No.
What the hell?
Sorry. I understand why he has a leaderboard. It's because it's a prop he can point to and say, guys, give me money. I don't understand the logic of having a leaderboard.
That never worked ever. I've never seen that work in this game.
Because the point of the leaderboard is supposed to incentivize people to contribute because they want to place on the leaderboard. But if you give him money, there's no guarantee that you're going to get your place on the leaderboard for any period of time, because if you give him money and he's doing something where he can't manually update the leaderboard, then somebody else gives him money and gives him more money than you gave him, then their name's going to go on the leaderboard and yours won't.
Up to 81. We have about a half an hour left on stream. I'm going to keep going. Still raising the ranks here, so that's it for this guy. We got to find.
Yep,
Oh, wait,
you're going to keep going and keep torturing us, which is honestly why we're here.
So many points fighting this guy. It's crazy. Here we go.
Oh. So bad
Jeff,
at this.
I have no idea. I think the Japanese and English versions are exactly the same, but people are weird and like Japanese, so they're, oh, I want the Japanese version. I don't know. It's very bizarre. No, I'm not one of the better Blanca players in this game. Absolutely not. I am not.
I'm sorry, my brain is still processing that some people are weird for liking the Japanese version. Dave, it's a Japanese game. Some people, and there are changes made in the adaptation. Some people like the Japanese version just because they find the original version to be better for whatever reason. Perhaps they're the kinds of snobs who refuse to watch any kind of dub. Perhaps they think the aesthetics are better. Perhaps they are fluent in Japanese or fluent enough to read the dialogue and think there's some level of meaning or nuance or some character quirk that isn't properly conveyed in the adaptation. Dave, do you think that because you don't like the Japanese, because you have weird opinions about Japan? I think it's because you got weird opinions about Japan.
I guess Upball gets stuffed by Stomp, which I didn't know.
And yeah, Michael A., there was a period where he was pushing really hard for tip wars and super chats. That's a holdover from the Twitch era where there were genuinely wars between people to get on the leaderboard. That died with the Twitch departnering. I mean, it's happened once or twice since then, but those were in relatively close proximity to the departnering, where it was more out of sympathy for him than like actual desire to be on his leaderboard. His ability to have any kind of war between people to be on the leaderboard ended after Stream Elements yeeted him.
All right.
When he started manually doing the leaderboard, and decided it was a good thing more than anything else, that's when all incentive to do a war ended.
An insane amount of ranking points off of this guy, and now we got to find someone new. But man, that was like a steal of points right there. Propelled myself through the bronze rankings. Yikes. Crazy. Where's Yori?
I will also note that this training mode option has been in I believe it has been in every single one of these collections. So the Marvel, the Capcom Fighting Game Collection 1, that he played Darkstalkers in all the time, and in the MVC collection, and he's only now figured out how to do this. So it's been like over a year at this point.
Darn. Hey, pretty easy combos.
Oh yeah, Michael. Michael A. That's always been part of the standard bag. Is, hey guys, we just got a $5 tip. Can I get a 10? Can I get a 10? That's always been part of it. I was talking about it actually working, because I mean there were times where it actually worked.
Okay.
Genuinely, like he would get people to go off a dozen times, upping one another in a stream, in succession, in quick succession. I can't tell you when. I mean, because the really notorious ones tend to be in the Twitch era. So, but it's happened, and I don't think it's.
Oh, thank you.
He did try to push. Hey guys, can we get who's gonna beat X? He did try to push that a little bit during the Kino arc, but that was just his trying to. That was him trying to copy PPP's shtick, and he decided pretty quickly he didn't like doing it. It wasn't for him, because he just couldn't keep it up. He couldn't keep it. It didn't produce immediate results, and he just couldn't keep up the energy. And because it made him look like a genuine crazed beggar.
He doesn't have the leaping move, right?
I mean, part of the problem was early in the Kino arc when he started when the first time he talked about the King's Coffers and the King's Tax, because the way that arc went was you had the King's Tax, and then he abandoned that because it sounded like it was too.
Let's get some points tonight. Let's get up to the higher ranks so we can fight better people.
I'm sorry, my brain just got derailed by Dave doing whatever the hell he did, and it made my brain bleed a little bit. So there was life began with the King's Tax, and then Dave abandoned it because people pointed out that, it sounds like contributions are mandatory, and that's when it became the goals met, or
this does
whatever he was calling it.
Does Capcom have little faith in Darkstalkers?
And then it came. Then once the Kino arc kind of was well on its way to actually, once the wave had crested and he knew he wasn't getting a new audience, it became the King's Taxes again.
They never bring back Darkstalkers.
But yeah, Dave's problem was he could never commit to the bit. He always, he had the opportunity at the start of the Kino arc to really lean into, I'm the king, give me your money. Yeah, it is mine. Why, yes, contributions are mandatory because I'm the king. So pony up, peasant. He could have leaned into that, and he could have had some fun with it. I mean, he probably never had the chops to be able to sustain it long term, but he could have kept it going for a couple of weeks at least. But it lasted. Because he did try. He did try. It lasted about a stream and a half before because he had about a full stream of "Give me your money, peasant, because it belongs to me," and then it became, gee guys, as the king, I've got a goal, so it would be great if you'd give me your money. And once he started doing that, there was no way that the bit was going to work. And that's why it died. That's why the first round of the King's Taxes died. And then it came back. The King's Taxes came back at the end of the Kino arc simply because he had no better name for what to call his daily goal.
Got him! Wow, he interrupted 2 Dragon Punch attempts with neutral jump mash button. That's amazing. Ugh.
So we have Chris Majora, who is getting his butt kicked by Dave. I mean, we've had a few iotas of salt tonight. I mean, it hasn't been totally barren, but it's been pretty rough. It's been pretty rough. I mean, I feel sorry for Snort Brunel trying to clip together something out of this, because it's, like I said, there's a couple of moments of salt, and there's a couple of there's the odd nuclear bag, but you know, no code blacks, nothing that you could string really. I mean, it's 30 seconds here and 30 seconds there of gold dust, and there's a lot of dreck to sit through, even by the standards of these streams. I mean, you can't even do us the common courtesy of just being a toxic shithead.
And the base and the triple. I don't know why the people are arguing in chat. They should stop. Oh, that was an Ultra Silver? Holy shit, I got 436 points for beating them. That was an Ultra Silver.
Oh, they were
Wow.
Oh yeah, they were.
I'll rematch that one.
Oh yeah, Dave. You do want him to stop arguing because someone accused Ava Cowboy of being OIC, which is not allowed.
Guys, come on, let's get some more support. We're so close. We're more than halfway to the goal. Let's get to the goal tonight. We got about a half an hour left of combat. Keep it rolling, my friends. Please, let's hit the goal for Street Fighter. That is a hideous.
Well, you're not playing Street Fighter though, Dave. You're playing Capcom versus SNK 2. Dave, one might think that you are being a bit of a, how shall we say, a bit of a normie when it comes to fighting games, because, you know, Capcom is so much more than Street Fighter. And JB, I'm not sure about that. I'm genuinely not sure about that. It could get, I'm not saying that you're wrong, Tim. It could absolutely get worse as far as the salt goes, and I hope it does. I hope it does. But we've got a half hour left. He's over halfway to the goal, and he's feeling his oats a little bit because he's gotten to spend the entire night beating up on scrubs. He's feeling good right now because he thinks he's good at fighting games. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm not, as I said earlier, I think he genuinely is good at fighting games, in the sense of most people are not good at fighting games, so that he is vaguely competent means he is good at them. But he's feeling himself because his ego's getting massaged by these wins, and you know, the money buff would be great, but him feeling himself is a decent substitute for hitting the goal, provided he makes enough. He makes enough. I suspect enough would probably be $100, but if he's if he's enjoying himself, he'll call 80 enough.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, JB, absolutely, and that's why he's enjoying himself, is because he's getting to feel like the old days when he was, you know, when he was top of the world, when he was genuinely near the pinnacle of the competitive scene in North America. We will ignore how pathetic that is, that you are that you actually get, you know, you're getting high off of beating up on randos online, low ranked randos to feel like that, but that's what his ego needs, and that's what it's getting off on.
I tried to just defend that. Oh god, I did nothing.
Good Dragon Punch.
Got him! Oh, I went over his head.
I could
Nice.
swear he said gout him.
The super went over his head, goddammit.
I'm sorry. I need a field trip. I need a field trip.
Going him. Oh, I went over his
Goat
head.
him. Not gout him. Not got him. Goat him.
Nice.
Okay, goat him it is.
The super went over his head, goddammit. Who's my favorite character in this game? Ugh. Tough question. Probably, I think
Blanca.
Vega. I think Vega's my favorite. I'm so good with him, and I can just poke the whole round. I can usually do. Wow, I already hit Super Silver playing this Ultra Silver dude. Wow. No? Okay.
And he's glad handing himself for doing well in a game that, by his own admission, he was very good at 20 years ago and still remembers entirely too much about. Okay. Okay, Dave.
Oh, man.
This battle is about to explode. Fight!
Spam that fireball, Dave. Make him regret being in a match with you because you are the great and powerful Darksea Duffel. Darksea Duffel. And there's Jax Raxer being a giga cuck.
Giant damage. Boom, 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 boom.
$69 from Jax. Jax, you fucked up, my dude. You were supposed to give him all that money via PayPal so that YouTube doesn't get a third of it.
Super chat. Thank you, Jax.
Jax,
This is
you
one time
are
you
getting
got
a talking
to
to.
stream tonight. Thank you, Jax.
This battle is about to explode.
Well, he's going to become even more insufferable now because the money buff's going to kick in.
Records. Oh, shit. I thought he would still be in block style. His mashed kick would hit me.
Mash! Ain't it funny that we haven't gotten any ranting about the netcode? Or pattern play? Or anything? We've gotten some excuses. We've gotten some incidental excuses for why stuff has not gone the way Dave thinks it should. But, you know, no salt geysers. No condemnations of everyone in their family involved in it for the temerity of Dave losing.
Oh, right through the fireball. That was sick. That was sick.
Not the word I use, Dave, but
You are.
carry on.
You're telling us.
Battle is about to explode. Fight!
Ooh, oh. Oh, traded two. Come on. That's late. The super gets interrupted like that.
Ooh, ah, Dave.
That's supposed to be the
Let's
giant, like, finisher.
let's hear that again.
Oh, ooh, oh.
You heard it, everybody.
Traded
Ooh,
two.
ah.
Come on. That's
Ooh,
the way
ah.
the super gets interrupted like that. Ugh. That's supposed to be the giant, like, finisher super.
And some light complaining. Not nearly enough. Not nearly enough to scratch the itch that I have. But a little light complaining. I will take a
Jax,
little light
thank you
complaining.
so much. An insanely huge super chat.
Not really, Dave.
Katie's
You've
so happy that I'm playing
received
with Yogi
bigger.
right
You've
now.
received
I'm trying to
bigger
learn
and
him. I have no idea what I'm really doing.
okay, I got to bring this episode up because if you've been around from the pre-Kino era and remember super chats, Dave used to be an even bigger bitch about them. You know, this super generous $69 super chat that he got. You know, DSP has yelled at people in the past for giving him $99.99 super chats, specifically in the context of a marathon. So it's sometime in the past, I think he started drinking on stream again two and a half years ago. Within the last two and a half years, somebody super chatted $99.99 saying, "Hey King, take a shot." And Dave's response was, "I only do them for $100 tips, and I'm not going to take a shot because you gave me a super chat and it was a penny short." Yeah, so, you know, this was not a whale. This was not a regular whale. So he's told to get fucked. Well, Jax is a good little pay pig who gives Dave $25 every week that he's playing a pixel-based fighter. And there was that time that he gave him $1,000 to launch Street Fighter 6. So Jax is super generous with this, which, whatever. Honestly, I'll be less hard on Jax than others are, in that if this is this is the way you want to spend a night out, as it were, and you want to give Dave $25 because that's your Friday night entertainment, whatever. I think it's dumb, but, you know, just because I think it's dumb doesn't mean anything other than that I think it's dumb. It's when you do this kind of shit where you give him $69 on top of that it gets dented. And again, without revisiting that Street Fighter 6 launch incident where the dude unironically gave him $1,000 all at once.
All right, I'm Ultra Silver just like him. This is a problem. I can't do the leaderboards when we're doing this. I have to play the game, you know?
Inertia, JB is what my guess would be. Inertia. A lot of them have just been watching him for years, and that's just how streamers are. I think. I don't pretend to understand.
I found this guy to farm the points. Ow.
How Dave treats his fans in general is just... Again, don't understand it. Do not understand it. The man unironically does not understand what he has.
That was nice. Very nice timing. He did level 3. Cool.
I mean, he when he came back to YouTube, he was just whined and whined about how he's a small-time content creator and he can't compete with the big guys, and he people need to shut up and get fucked about trying to give him advice because he can't change, when he did not appreciate what he had. He had a 200,000 sub YouTube channel, which, yes, it's mostly dead. But
I have no idea how to combo
he
with
had
punches.
the residuals on his old videos when he came back to YouTube. He was still getting, if not 1 million views a month, he was getting 750,000 views a month, you know, from the tips tracker that Pop put together.
Super great.
He was making $1,500 to $2,000 a month with, you know, with ad revenue from, you know, from late 2019 through mid 2020 ad rates. I mean, that's your rent payment, and it's just coming in off this back catalog of videos that you got. I mean, all you have to do to keep that revenue, to keep your mortgage paid, is keep hitting, you know, 750,000 views a month, which for a channel that size and with the amount of crap he puts out, shouldn't be hard. I mean, he would hit that if he just kept the damn streams up. If he didn't chop Saki him into 6 parts. If he just kept the original streams public, I mean, I don't know if he'd be at 1 million views a month, but he would be a hell of a lot higher than the 350,000 he's at now. And speaking of kind of the earlier days on YouTube, the pre-Kino days, ain't it funny that the begging for likes has ended? I mean, it just quietly disappeared into the ether about the time the redemption arc started. I mean, he used to make a big deal about he wanted 100 likes on every stream. And he'd give you a celebratory bubble blow, and even ignoring, the bubble blow going away didn't surprise me at all. But even once it did go away, he was still panhandling for likes. And the
gold, dude. I lapped this guy. I started this guy in bronze, didn't I? Holy shit! Yo, I started against this guy in bronze. I'm in gold. What is happening? Damn.
Yeah, you keep gassing yourself up, King. You are the greatest, Goob. Yeah, pride goeth, my friend. Pride goeth before the fall. Where was I? Oh, yeah. The point I was making was the begging for likes went away.
I really don't give a shit about any of this stuff. Crouching light punch ×2.
And the thing that was always funny about all the begging for likes and the panhandling for likes was that by privating the stream, he deprived himself of the benefit of all that engagement. And I mean, given he was regularly hitting it for forever. I mean, I still think he's hitting it. I mean, he's still getting close. How much engagement is he losing because of that? It's gotta be ridiculous. It's gotta be ridiculous. Just how much he is shooting himself in the foot with his own practices.
No, I know it's reverse DP records, but what like strength and everything.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
I doubt that, announcer man. I doubt this will be a match to remember. But I do appreciate the enthusiasm with which you said that.
Oh, I did the wrong one. Oh, I wanted the fireball. I wanted to catch him in the air. I did the wrong super. Shit. Light version? Okay.
Live and let die. Fight.
Wow. Oh, fucking uppercut.
Well, Dave, you gonna do anything? Gonna say anything? I know what's me being going around in a circle.
Nice.
But yes, JB, you're absolutely correct. Shooting yourself in the foot is the story of Dave's life. But he's Dave, so if he wasn't shooting himself in the foot, it would be cause for concern. Finding new ways to fail is one of his singular talents. I mean, never let it be said that the boy does not have things that he's good at. The problem is that all the things he's good at are self-destructive.
Boomba.
Oh fuck no Bombadas. We are not going back to Bombada hell.
Boomba.
Stop making noises, Dave.
Oh. He was going that way. All of a sudden, he interrupted the roll and did a random super, and it turned and hit me. Weird.
No, I gotta hear that. That was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good. Huh? It's a pretty good one. It's
He
pretty
was
good.
going that way. All of a sudden, it interrupted the roll and did a random super, and it turned and hit me. Weird.
You know, I give that a solid 8 out of 10 on the scale.
There we go. Do I think N-Groove is underrated? No. N-Groove is good, but not the best. Not the best. Another 275. Damn. Wow, I went from rookie to gold and still turboing forward. This is great, obviously.
Obviously.
Audio's hooked up again? Okay. Thank you, I can fix it. I need to know when the audio fucks up. If the PlayStation has a weird issue being captured, that causes that. So I can fix it. It should be fine right now.
Might the issue be something in your capture setup, Dave, and not the PlayStation? Crazy, I know, but, you know.
What, Street Fighter's like Yori? Well, Kyo is supposed to be like Ryu, while Iori is supposed to be like Ken. See? They're supposed to be similar but different.
Wow. Similar but different, Goop. Such insightful commentary. I can't believe nobody wants to give him $150, another $150. Meanwhile, over in his chat, Nightbot doing the hard work, reminding people that DSP Throwback exists. Because, you know, we can't just let KO Gaming be KO Gaming.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Beautiful. Very nice.
You know, I still think the most fascinating chapter in the history of Dave is the fact that KO Gaming existed, was doing not great, but was doing okay for what it was. Dave, by his own admission, was regularly making and releasing edited content. Spent a whole year doing it. And then he just stopped. I mean, he was actually in a place where...
Oh, man.
Where had he kept at it, he would have been reasonably well placed to survive in the ecology that YouTube was evolving into. But who needs to do shit like that when you can, you know, become a streamer and make yourself even more dependent upon your audience than you already were? Idiots. Dumb fuck trolls think I made a mistake by becoming a streamer, and this is the best job I've ever had, Goob, and editing is for, you know, it's a lot harder to be a live streamer and do live impromptu reactive commentary than it is to, you know, make edited videos, Goob. So, thus, quit fucked. Deh.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. What? I didn't wake up super. Nothing. It dropped it.
That was mine.
Wow.
Hadouken. Endless spamming of fireball. Though admittedly it's the other guy who's spamming the fireball. But his
Oh my God.
misplayed that one a bit, Dave. Come on, Chris Majora, don't screw this up. You've got him. You're screwing it up. You screwed it up.
Just have to be patient.
And died to the jump in, which that is distressingly common.
New York and London have the best music in CVS too. I like most of the soundtrack of this game. I really do. As weird as it is, it's like move. It gets you moving. The moves, like workout music, right? Like you're in the gym, you would listen to music like this. Can I use Morgan and Yuri all the time? Not all the time, Jade. I like variety, but, you know, it works. Using Yuri tonight, I'm trying to learn it. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Excuse me. Half dead fat guy resubbing for 4 months tonight.
That's a troll name. That's a detractor name. But since he's giving him money, I guess it's cool. I mean, that's what the lesson, I suppose, is supposed to be.
Live and let die.
And resting gout face. My commentary is on a loop because he keeps doing the same things.
Nice.
Hey, Dave, you're not making this easy for me, my goop. Not making it easy at all. Live and let die, goop. Dah.
Jesus, it just beats everything. His kicks just literally fucking beat everything. They do this insane how his kicks beat absolutely everything. You just spam them. They just counter hit, counter hit, counter hit.
That's a little bit of salt. That's defensive excuse making rather than salt, though.
I tried to block.
Well, that was not even a good
No,
counter.
I don't have it.
Come on, Zagat, do your thing. Make Dave regret using resting gout face constantly. That was a good hit. Good range. Well, good uses under the hitboxes. Boom! There we go.
Super. It should have hit him. Stupid game doesn't fucking give me my move. I had him.
There we go. A little bit of salt. He's getting there. He's getting there. We might get a little salt geyser if Chris Majora can pull this off. That requires him to pull it off, though.
Back now. Yeah, I can't, dude. Remember I told you a week or two ago I was having problems crouching down back? He's doing it again.
Yeah, I can't use my I win button, Goobs. This is not cool. Not cool at all. Come on. All right. Good dragon punch. Not gonna win if you get counter hit into oblivion. There we go. Nice cross up. I think it was a cross up.
Sucked to be him. I'm pretty sure he didn't want that.
Yeah, JB, the mask is starting to slip, but then he won, so the mask is now firmly back in place. You know, we need. Okay, we established at the start of the stream that since Dave is smurfing, he's Gouty Smurf. Who is Gouty Smurf's opposite number that he can run into? Who is the anti-Gouty Smurf?
Oh man, I love that. I'm probably just gonna finish up this set, and that's it for tonight, guys.
Is that a promise, Dave? Is that a promise? He's gonna finish. He's gonna finish up this set, which means he's gonna go to 10, because the only way this ends anytime soon is if he just keeps rolling this guy. And it looks like he probably will, unfortunately. Dave just found someone he could beat on he could farm for points. Milk, you might say. Milking a human! Good try, Goob. Good try.
Fuck.
You gonna keep spamming that fireball, Dave? I mean, yes, you are, because that's just how you roll, but, you know.
I definitely pressed the button in the air.
Press the... Keep telling yourself that, Dave.
Nice, got it. Boomba!
Boomba. No. Now you've got me making random noises, Dave. That's just... Now, that's all you give me to work with, is I can echo you. All I can do is I can echo you, which is kind of crap, if we're being honest. Kind of shit, Goob. Suppose I should probably try to be a little more productive than I have been. But, well...
Nice command throw. Seriously? 50? Spamming it hit me like that. Wow.
Well, of course we haven't heard that tonight, JB, because he's winning. Inputs, it's, you know, it's just one of those darn coincidences that inputs only drop when he loses. You know, if the game would stop dropping his fucking inputs, he would win, Goob. Dumb fuck Cannon Brothers and the rollback netcode always making them lose, Goob.
2 more sets and that's it for tonight, guys. 2 more sets.
2 more sets.
I have gained the ranks tonight. This is exactly what I wanted to do tonight.
You've
massively gained points, and man, did I gain points tonight.
You've come out and been boring. You've come out and been boring as sin.
How long do I continue to keep playing the collection? As long as we have fun and we can get comp tonight, we proved you can get comp in this game on PlayStation. We've gotten pretty good non-stop comp. So
I need to start a comp counter because we're up to like 8
on the menu for the near future until it falls apart on PS5, but hopefully it doesn't. This will actually give me a reason to play my PS5 too, because right now I don't use it for anything else. Although later this month I think I will be playing Death Stranding on it. So
you have a reason for it. You have exclusives, and
all right, Ava Cowboy fan, yes, thank you. I see what you're saying here. Thanks for the $1 tip.
Next location is Live and Let Die.
Ava Cowboy fan is like seems to be like a cross between Snow Carl and Derek. Just from this particular detractor's point of view. Like, Snow Carl's ability to always just ask just the right level of moronic questions in Super Chat, combined with Derek's encyclopedic knowledge of trivia, of useless Wikipedia trivia.
I did a Dragon Punch next to him. It chipped and did 0 damage. He survived it. What happened there? You're going to go soon, Jade? Cool. This is one more set, Jade. Stick around for the end, if you can. You gotta go, I understand. There's only 2 more. This is 1 more. And I ended on 666 time. There you go.
Keep congratulating yourself, Goob. It makes you look really good. You're owning us trolls when you are being you're being like that.
I hopped and the fireball still hit me. Sometimes you can hop over, but it hit me. Jeez, that was lag. Why would you do the wrong direction? Oh my lord! So you can't do it point blank, it whiffs. That sucks. Now I know.
Go for broke.
Damn! Michi punch.
Wow, Goob, wow.
All right, last set coming up. This is it, the last one.
It won't be the last one, Goob.
How many points is it to be freaking super gold or whatever?
Super gold or whatever, apparently. Okay, I admit I don't get the ranking systems in some of these games what's the point of having a logical progression of bronze, silver, gold, etc. when you've got
Right.
super
last
and
one.
under
Oi,
version,
oi, oi.
over and under versions of each. So you have super gold and I don't know, demi bronze.
Oh, great stage. Look at this seal in the background. See it directly background? Look. The seal just sitting there.
Yes, Dave. Do you want to go club it? I mean, because you have been showing how much you like clubbing baby seals tonight. Also, if he's complaining about stuff, why isn't he complaining about the polar bears that are also just sitting there when there's a nice, juicy baby seal right there for them to eat? Is it because the fight is just so overpowering with its homoeroticism that it is drawing the attention of even the wildlife? Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Freaking seal. A cute seal. And then there's some polar bears.
Animaltism. I had not been expecting animaltism, but I cannot say I am terribly surprised by the animaltism.
Nice. I don't want the tattoo.
What? What? What was that? You don't want the tattoo? Okay.
Oh, what an ugly trade.
Okay.
Crossed the
Well,
button,
I guess
smashed the
that's how we're doing it.
I'm glad you enjoyed the Ori tonight, Jade. I'm just learning him. I don't really know much.
You don't
Maybe I'll
really
be better
know
with more
much, but
time.
you manage to flame. So why don't you go in with that attitude to every character? Why can't you just pick up a character and do that? Why must it always be a sweaty man, Dave? Why don't you like the ladies? I admit you did use Cammy tonight a bit, so I can't be too hard on you. Except that you only use Cammy because you admit that she is OP.
Tried it. Damn it, no super. Fuck.
A little bit of
God
excuse
damn it.
making.
Came
I'm
out
down
at
with a
least
little
when
bit
I
of
hit a couple.
excuse making. Problem is now we're to the anchor characters and just Dave's got this guy's number with Blanca.
Whoa. What the hell was that?
Come on, give us some salt to go out on.
Wow.
So much for salt.
Recovered level 3 super through his fireball. And I ended at 666 again. Very nice. All right.
And there's
Well,
there's the
tonight was
clapping
a
for
rousing
himself.
Success. CVS 2 on PlayStation
And the
5.
YPOs. I hadn't
went
even noticed
all
the
way
YPOs.
From rookie all the way up to super gold in one freaking night. I mean, that's huge. It took me like 3 weeks to get that on PC. So I was able to turbo my way through it. That's amazing.
Yeah, you were facing
All
better
right.
players on PC, Dave.
So now when we play next week, we actually should get better comp, you see? Because
That's the 10th time he said comp
I think
tonight.
I was at either like high bronze or low silver. I went from silver to super gold and playing the one guy. Well, that was amazing. That was a great stream. Now I'll be playing this on PS5 because there's comp on here moving forward. Hopefully we'll get some longevity out of it. You never know. But you know, also eventually we could try to play Alpha 3. The thing is, like, now that we know that there's more players playing, maybe it would be more secure to do that. I doubt I would find a single person on PC.
Nope.
But had fun tonight. Thank you all, and thank you, Jax.
Well, he
gotta
did-
give Jax the MVP. I mean, giant,
Yeah, Jax
and
it.
a giant tit.
Yeah,
And,
Michael A.
the large
Yeah,
majority
Bill
of the
didn't score
scores
4
was Jax.
touchdowns. Jax
Guys,
did.
thank you. Please continue to come back and hang out with me on Friday Night Fights and support old school fighting games because I love these way more than the modern ones. And as you can see, cheating up, we're actually getting pretty good. I'm learning stuff now with other characters and stuff, right? All right, guys.
We're getting pretty good,
Thank you so
Goob.
much. Great stream. See you next week. All right, everybody. So, absolutely good stuff tonight. I had a great time. I hope that you all feel the same. Okay, let me turn this off.
Oh God, Dave, you are such a piece of work.
I should probably just turn it off because I'm only going to use it like once a week. Yeah, I'll turn it off.
First,
Okay. So,
how
folks,
you just thought to do that when you already?
thank you for an
How
awesome
my
stream.
brain,
It's
my
actually time- we
brain.
didn't have time to celebrate, so it's actually time to celebrate right now. Hold on one second. While we get everything on.
Nope. Start the damn thing so I know.
Okay, so
And take the condom off the chair, Dave. Good. Got to do that.
we did hit the goal tonight.
Come
We
on,
didn't
hit
celebrate
the
'cause I was a
button so I
little
can
obsessed,
bypass
but
it,
now we
Dave.
can, so hold on.
I don't have enough skip juice to
15
really
out of
fuck
20,
around. So
5 goals to go for DSP Tries It Mod Pizza. And then people started having some other ideas for things after that as well.
bug pizza mechanic Scoob.
My hair's sticking up again. Look, my hair just will not stop sticking up. I don't know.
Why do you
I don't know what's
care,
going on with my hair
Dave?
these days. I feel like I'm getting older. My hair's growing weird. You know, I don't know why it's sticking up like that. But anyway, thank you all. Thank you
There
not
we
only
go.
for a great streaming night tonight.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I'm not going back. I'm not going back to watch him signing out. So, all right. So that was painful. I like to think I've tried to make it as bearable as possible, and there he's gone. So what to do now? I think I'm gonna hang out and I'm gonna do the daily fap because why not? Why not? There is only pain in the realm of the DSP connoisseur, but we can laugh at him a little bit in the interim. Go back to watching this memology clip.
Hey, what is wrong with these idiots? Why did they make this segment and think this was fun?
Where is he?
Salt. All I can taste is salt.
Where did he go? Look how far ahead he is. This is impossible.
Wow.
Oh, wait, I'm in first. I didn't even know I wasn't first. Look at this. There's nothing I can do. Now there's nothing I can do.
Oh, Crash
Triple
Team
barrel
Racing.
switch.
That was great.
Ooh, Jacob, what do you got for me?
See, she's invincible. Can't stop the car at all.
Currently in pursuit.
Yeah, you hang out with it until a scripted cutscene, Dave. That's how
Here
most
she
of these
goes.
are.
Insane artificial speed boost.
Claudia!
She also drove through the cars and didn't connect with any of them.
Fucking boss!
Well, glad I could help, Mike Lee.
Out of fucking reality,
Glad I could help.
guess.
It needs to stop.
Oh shit! Oh boy!
Whatever. He's not gonna catch me.
Oh my god,
what?
so bad.
Remind me, Marco. You're fired, Jacob. You're
Look at
not
that.
gonna catch me.
Look how she pushed that car off the road.
What you did back there.
Look at that.
Exceeded. What do you want to know, Sherlock?
Look, now she's slowing down.
You can practicing.
Ugh. So she's a street racer too. Or don't. Be silent.
That's
Oh
what
my
you usually do,
God.
Dave.
How long is this fucking segment?
Nice driving.
Long enough to make things interesting, Dave.
Does it ever end? Are they out of their fucking minds? Endless driving segment. It's still continuing.
Wow, is that all you got, meathead?
Look, look at this. Yeah, it's very realistic. I feel like we've been across the
Realism in
map
mind's
3
eye.
times.
Good one, Dave.
Will it ever end?
Uh,
Will the segment ever end?
you presumably got through it, so yes. Yes.
Whoa, she hit a guy or something? Look, she murdered someone. All of that, and we can't catch her. All of that, and we couldn't catch her.
Oh, Dave.
If you're here live, please
JB,
support. We are at 67,
I've gone-
68.
I've streamed previously on this particular account. I've
support.
just
We're
kind of
almost to-
the other day. I'm starting to stream. I'm trying to be regular. A couple of times a week minimum is kind of my goal. I don't know how often I'm gonna actually be able to stick to it. I've been streaming, just whenever the mood strikes me. I just started a couple of days ago when it comes to doing Reestreams. The driving stuff brought me back. Brought me to where there was something that I was knowledgeable enough to be able to comment on, and that was fun to watch, and wasn't just me being dead air, me complaining about Dave say something. So next week is going to be fun because, well, Sunday he's doing Trucking Sim, and Monday Mario Kart, and then Tuesday he's doing whatever the new driving game is. So, yippee.
Halfway, but there's an hour left on the stream, guys. Please, let's get some support. Let's get some super chats. Let's get a membership. Let's get a tip.
beg.
Let's get some subs. All right, right now we only have like 1 or 2 subs on Kick today. I think only 1. Let's get some support and get it rolling and get that momentum going. We've got several streams, 4 straight streams. We've been doing great. Let's keep that momentum going. All right, let's hit it by the end of the stream. Thank you. All right. So I already got out of the payment that I got coming from YouTube next week already. I'm not even kidding you. Like 80% of it was already accounted for. 80% between paying my mortgage, between paying my tax payment, my back tax payment. I got to actually pay an attorney. Yvonne says, can you stop playing the game? It's terrible. All right, how about this? If we hit 3 goals on today's stream, I will stop playing this game and we'll do something differently. How about that? 3 goals, that's all.
Well, love to have you back, JB. It's fun when people show up.
And then we'll work on
So,
the next
yep. Always welcome. Always glad to have someone to banter with. Because
I know 3 goals is not a lot to ask to stop playing.
it is, if it's nice to have someone commenting to make the stream bearable, it's also nice to have someone watching to help fill the dead air when Dave isn't giving you anything to work with. Or you're just brain farting and can't think of anything interesting to talk
We got
about.
about 50 minutes left on today's stream. Guys, we are not even halfway to the goal. Let's not make it a last-minute thing. Please, if you were going to support the stream today, let's go now. Let's hit the goal. We had 4 streams of great support. Let's not let that end now. Let's rally. Get support for the stream. Everything is appreciated. Let's do it. Come on. I'll be right back.
In short, let's get some subs.
And these pigs need to grow up. Now, wait a minute. I left. I used the restroom. I came back, and I received no support. None? Come on. Let's get some support, guys. All right. What are we at? We're at 67. All right. So we need 83 left. Let's do it. Let's get some support right now. All right, here we go. Guys, we got about a half an hour left on the stream. Please support the stream. Let's hit that goal again. I'm not going to keep bringing it up, but at the same time, if I don't, then we don't hit it. Let's get some support to finish today's Mind's Eye stream. We already have 4 straight streams where we hit the goal. Let's keep that going.
The begging is
All right,
massively
so we're
strong.
not going to get any more support today, seriously. After 4 straight streams of hitting the goals, we're not going to have
I thought streaks didn't matter, Dave.
Halfway to the goal today. Wow. Well, that sucks. It really does, because I like the momentum we had. It was, very positive. Made me feel good.
Everything is a theory.
Come on, let's get a sub over on Kick. Someone over on Kick, drop 1 sub right now.
Nope.
In high places.
Guys, we're 74. Come on, by the end of the stream, we can do it. But let's get to 100 at least right now. We've only got about 15, 20 minutes left on the stream. Come on. Let's
Beg,
not that
beg,
go to waste.
beg,
Let's
beg,
get momentum.
beg, beg,
That
beg,
gifted
beg,
sub
beg,
right now.
beg,
Let's
beg,
get it
beg,
rolling.
beg, beg.
At this point, here's what we're gonna do. All right, I'm already not gonna play this tomorrow anyway. But what we'll do is we'll talk about it in the next.
Oh yeah, he
24 to
crashed
48
out.
hours.
Out of this
If
game
people
so
actually
hard.
want to see me continue, and there's enough people, I will. But I think the consensus is the game is really boring and bad, and there's just no real fun
Bad,
to be had.
perhaps,
I
but
kind of agree at this point.
you made
like,
it boring,
I'm pretty
Dave.
bored today. Like, yesterday, I had a lot more fun messing around with it. Today, I'm getting really bored. Like, just really fucking bored with it. So,
So bored.
I guess
So
this might
bored,
be the
goob.
last stream. Obviously, I'd like feedback on that, but even those who are watching this, on demand, I bet you guys are going to be leaving comments like, dude, this is the most boring shit ever. I agree. Like, there's nothing happening in the game. It's just tedious missions, a ton of driving. Yeah, right. All right, guys. Well, for Mind's Eye, we give it a
Yep.
shot. They don't
The
always
game's
work. This
unbearable
one
because
is
the
not
core
working
gameplay loop is
at
not
all.
fun to Dave.
And we'll see if there's
That
a
sounds
change of
about
heart.
right.
Maybe someone
Sounds
will come
about
by and be
right.
like, oh, but don't you know that it actually gets better later? I don't know. I certainly haven't heard that. Like, most people are saying it's really bad. So, all right, guys, thank you. And see you next time. Oh, my God. Guys, can we get $1? $1 so we can get halfway to our goal by the end of the stream. A single dollar from someone.
A single Dolan
That's
is
correct.
all
If
it
everyone
takes.
donates $1, we'll triple the goals, and then we'll never play this again, which is what I said I would do. I said if we hit a triple goal, I would dump the game and not play it again.
I mean, that's a new take for Dave. Give me
Guys,
money,
just,
and I
you're
promise I won't
buying
play
in.
this game
We're
again.
forthcoming.
Right now on KO Gaming, I have over 5,000 subscribers. If half of those subscribers gave $1 a month, right? Which is nothing. What, a pack of gum? That would be a tremendous help to me.
The world does not
And
work like
$1
that, my
helps.
goof.
I'm not kidding you. It really does.
And there we go. So, all right. And that's going back in time. I told him a month ago. All right. So that is that. So what else have we got? I think I saw some potential. Let's see what Snort Hogan's got for us. As DSP scolds viewers over low support, crackhead begging. This might have potential because I did not watch much of the podcast at all.
Let me tell you something, brother.
This is 18 minutes, so we'll see.
A couple quick things to get everyone caught up with and everything before we get to these demos today. So first off,
so I feel I want to just comment because this is taken from Raw Phil. So we have a very convenient timestamp on when this is coming from. This is coming from 11:46 Pacific time, Dave time. So he is supposed to start the podcast at 11 his time. So he has been faffing about for 45 minutes before he's getting to this wrap up of whatever he's about to do, to clarify things before he gets to the gameplay. God only knows what he was doing between now and then. Probably not having the stream on and then doing scheduling segments, knowing him. But we'll see. Or not, because I'm not going back and watching it.
I completed the main story of Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Now, you might say, the main story, why are you putting it like that? Well, because This game has 3 acts. Act 1 is mostly narrative and story with some side content available. Act 2 is mostly story again, and it's incredibly long, like super long act with some side content available. Act 3 is incredibly short. It's like an hour, and it's only story, except also a ridiculous amount of side optional content opens up in Act 3. Now, the problem here is thus. I've been playing Clair Obscur for over 2 months. I've enjoyed the living heck out of it. 35 parts, and if you do the math, it's over 50 hours I've been playing this game.
So, again, Dave, to go back to that thing you bitched out of chatter for 3 weeks ago or so, maybe 4. You, by your own admission, have been playing this game for 2 calendar months, and you've logged 50 hours of gameplay over 2 calendar months. To simplify things, call a calendar month 30 days. So that is less than an hour of gameplay per calendar day. And when you're the one who's constantly whining about games overstaying their welcome, it's because you drag them out over 2 calendar months, over 2 months. It does not take 2 months to play a 50-hour video game. Without even getting into the fact that everything takes you longer than it should because you manually update the leaderboard. You are always tip scanning and always trying to find an excuse to not play the damn game. But so you're 50 hours in at at 50 minutes per calendar day. So if you just sat down and spent a week, you stream gameplay for 5 hours a day, 6 hours a day. So if you went and were just a normal streamer, normal style, to use one of your terms of art, you were just a normal style streamer who was doing it for 6 hours a day to get it done, you would have covered the same ground that you've covered in your 2 months. You would have covered that in week and a half of because you do it 6 days a week. So you would have done it 8 days. Would have taken you 8 streaming days. So by your normal calendar, that's 9 calendar days. So this is a you problem. This isn't that the game is long, it's that you stream it in such a terrible way.
The problem is the viewership and the interest in the game has completely fallen off, and people just don't really like it anymore.
Because it's been around for 2 months.
Because that's definitely not the case. But it's the mainstream audience, right? This game 2 months ago, everyone was excited to see it because everyone was claiming it was a Game of the Year contender or whatever. But being that it's such a lengthy RPG, unless you've been along with me for this entire 50-hour ride, let's be honest, my 10th to 15th stream of it, you probably don't care, right? So that's what's happened, is every time that I've played this game, it completely fell off. And no one cared, and people would come to the streams and complain and say, why aren't I doing something else? Why am I wasting time on this? Now, I don't see it as wasted time. I literally see Clair Obscur as a ginormous Game of the Year contender.
If it's not wasting time, then why are you complaining about playing it, Dave?
I'm agreeing with these people saying this stuff.
It's about the money, I know, but
RPGs I've played in a very long time. But I am not just someone who plays games for a hobby. I'm someone who streams for a living. I have to make content that people want to publicly consume,
as opposed to privately
consume
consume
it and reciprocate with support. And what's happened with Clair Obscur is in the last 2 to 3 weeks, every time that I've played Clair Obscur, attendance tanked, engagement tanked, support tanked. There have been 3 to 4 Clair Obscur streams in the last couple of weeks that I didn't even make $50 on a stream.
Wow, Goob.
I want you to think about that, okay? That's
so
awful.
So
2-3 hours of gameplay plus, and I can only make $20-$30 is atrocious.
So Dave, is the problem here the game, or just bear with me on this one, maybe the way you're streaming it? I know that's That's hard to fathom. But maybe you in theory have multiple synapses in your head. Maybe if you bash them together a little bit, you might realize the problem might not necessarily be the game, because everybody praises Clair Obscur. Now, you're gonna have a hard time. It's on your Game of the Year list. It's on everybody's Game of the Year list. At least as far as the gaming press goes. So if it's not bringing butts to seats, maybe that's the way you're doing it problem. But I know I'm pissing in the wind with this because he even if he could hear me, he would not listen.
So,
still need to say it though.
There's a problem there. And it's funny because there are people who really like this game. And they've been very vocal. Oh, why aren't you playing it more? Oh, you're really going to skip the third act content. To which I would respond, listen, this is my job. And this is part of the double-edged sword of doing what you love for a living. Those lines get blurred. Because if I just did everything that I liked all the time, I'd be playing retro fighting games constantly. I'd be playing lengthy RPGs constantly. I'd be playing a lot more of certain games, by far, okay?
And I'm going to stop you right there, just because if you're paying attention, people do that and make a living off of streaming. People do that and have perfectly healthy channels that provide revenue streams sufficient to, if not do the content creation gig full time, make it so that they don't have to work except what they choose to work to make ends meet. Or the content creation will pay the everyday bills, and the I want to have fun money comes from whatever they choose to do above and beyond that. So yeah, you can have a channel that is nothing but doing JRPGs. But the thing is, the people who do that, they tend to dig up obscure JRPGs or things that are not Final Fantasy 4 and 6. They tend to actually have passion for it. They tend to be able to engage with the game systems and can explain to you what they're doing and why they're doing it. They like grinding. That's the long and short of it. They like grinding, and they will find things to do to keep the stream engaged while they're grinding. Or if they can't, they'll do it off screen. And, people also play old fighting games and do well at it. Justin Wong comes to mind. Usually it's in the context of one of the collection re-releases, but still. Maximilian Dude also does it. You could just play Fightcade, Dave. You'd have to lean into the fact that you are a whipping boy and everybody beats the shit out of you, but you could monetize that. You could do pretty well, but you won't because your ego won't let you. But again, these are choices you are making. These are Dave problems, and it's somehow going to be everybody else's fault because that's how Dave problems are.
But that's not how it works.
See?
This is my job. When you go to work, you don't get to tell your boss, hey, I just want to do this one part of my job that I really like. I've decided not to do any other of my job. I just don't want to do it.
Except, Dave, you are your own boss. If you want to say, I am just going to do Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo going forward, that's your channel. If you do that, you are taking a gamble that it's not going to work, that you will not make money, that you will not be able to pay your bills. But if you think that's what you want your channel to be, you can do that. And who knows? It might work. It might work. You won't know until you try. But that's ultimately what the problem is that you don't want to do anything without a guaranteed return of investment, which means that it's not 2010 in YouTube anymore. Just doing the minimum amount of effort and throwing it out there is not going to get the views. I mean, to use my own very limited YouTube exposure as a metric, it's even my silly little AI songs have evolved on the production side considerably just from a couple of weeks of practice. You get better and you iterate at things. Dave's always been bad at that. He's never been good at doing something, saying, huh, maybe I didn't like this aspect of it. I want to do the next thing I do. I want to do this aspect of it better. His entire business model with YouTube was throw out as much crap as possible, as quickly as possible, and just use the ability to brute force your way through what's on the conveyor belt to make money. And Dave has never been able to come to terms with the fact that that's not how YouTube works anymore, to the extent that that was ever how it was supposed to work. I mean, he got lucky in that because of how YouTube was set up, that's what he could do to get gameplay out. Because back in ye olden days, not to sound too much like the guy, but because when YouTube was young, there was a video limit of 10 minutes per video. So if you were doing like he was and doing gaming sessions that were, 5, 6, 8 hours long, you had two options as far as turning that into usable content. One was to take that 6 to 8 hours of gameplay, edit it down to 1, 2, 3, edit, 10-ish minute videos and upload those. Or you could just upload all of it, cut it into 10-minute chunks and upload all of it. And usually this is where someone will say, well, Dave was lazy and that's why he chose to upload all of it. And I think there's certainly some truth to that, but I also think that there was at the time a market for full-length playthroughs, for uncut or minimally cut gameplay, because sometimes you would get to a problem in a game that back at the time you would go to GameFAQs and try to get a solution, and for whatever reason, if the fact you were reading wasn't well written or wasn't written in a way that clicked, it could be kind of hard to make heads or tails out of what needed done. So it was really helpful to have an actual video of what you were going to need to do. And if it was something that was just, mundane or ordinary, there was no way you're going to find that in a 10-minute best of clip or a condensed or a 6-part condensed gameplay video series that turned 40 hours of gameplay into 6 10-minute videos. So there was a legitimate market there that Dave was serving in the early days doing what he was doing. The problem is that that just broke his brain, because he could do this, he made a truckload of money, and then he just never had the need to do anything else. Everything else that he's done has been fighting against that, which is why I talked about it earlier in the stream, that 2016 or 2017, whatever he spent his year doing KO Gaming, should have been the year that marked something that was a major change for him, because he actually was doing something new. And then the apocalypse happened and he decided, I could be a live streamer and make a bucket load of money for doing less work. So, and that's how we ended up here. But what cut me off on that tangent? I think it was, I went and ranted so hard that I got off track with what Dave was going on about. I think my point was that Dave has always been bad about pivoting to doing what he needs to do. Oh yeah, it's your content. You're your own boss. Your content is what you choose to make it. And I don't think I'll make money doing that is not an excuse for not doing it. It's, you could make money on this platform doing anything. Literally anything. You just have to work at it. You have to have enough conviction that your content is worth people's time, and you have to put the effort in and you have to do the grind to get people to watch it. But you could get people to watch anything on this platform. So Dave, if you wanted to just do nothing but old school fighting games, you could do that and make money. Is it going to be enough are you going to make what you're currently making? I don't know. That would depend on how much work you put in. That would depend on how interesting you can make it. Could you make a truckload of money if you leaned into being an old head who's bad at fighting games, and you did shit like organized tournaments with the prize being the opportunity to play you with voice chat on, so that people could shit talk you to your face, and then you just charge an admission fee. Charge an outlandish admission fee. Charge $25 a head to get into these tournaments. You could do it. You could do it. You could make good money doing it. And you just do it on a Sunday evening, or a day when people will watch, and you will make money. You would make money, and if you got into it and got to shit talking back and genuinely shit talking, not being defensive and not being a little pussy about it, you could absolutely, you could have something that would make money. Would it be enough? I don't know. Leaving aside that there's never enough money for his gacha addiction, he could make enough to live doing just fighting games if he leaned into being bad at them. If he leaned into being bad at them and leaned into just being a lol cow. But that's the problem, is his ego won't let him. His ego will not let him. And so we're back to this standard complaint of, well, guys, I want to play fighting games, but, I don't make any money, so I can't. That's a you problem, Dave. That is a you problem. You can make the content work, but you choose not to.
No, it's not how it works. Okay? You have to do everything that's going to make you successful, not just the one part that you really like. So I would love to come here and play RPGs nonstop, but I realize it wouldn't work. I have to be playing challenging games. I have to be playing online games. I have to be playing narrative games, but also games where I can have a chance to really interact and hang out with you guys. Think about the
I have to play everything. I have to play everything because the game makes me the money, not my streaming and not my commentary.
Success of Truck Simulator over the last month, and how it's done really well because those streams are us hanging out talking while I'm also driving, and it's been really good, right? So that's what I mean. And it's a tough situation, but one of the hardest that I can be in as a content creator. I've been doing this for 17 years, and the reason that I've had the longevity that I've had is because of the variety that I put out. If I just did RPGs, I'd fail. If I only did fighting games, I would fail. But because I do...
That's absurd, Dave. You don't know that. You do not know that. You can't know that because you never tried it. People do it. People do it. Now, is there reason to suspect that you would fail? Yes. But what does that... Why don't we engage in just a little bit of analysis of what that means? It is unlikely that you just playing RPGs would make you the same level of money you make right now. So why is that? Why is that? Is it because people don't like RPGs? Well, given what the last 2 decades of gaming has taught me, at least, is no. People like them. People like them. There's solid audiences. They can be niche products. It can be a little bit of a niche product. But, you can still... niche products are great because that tends to mean the people who are actually in that niche give a shit. They are motivated. That was always the traditional selling point of fandom, is that these are people who care, who are enthusiastic. So if you can tap into that, that's an audience. Those are a new audience that you could convert and make use of. But that's the problem, is you got to do the work to get into it, and you can't just play Final Fantasy. And that's what you want to do. That you really love RPGs, but okay, I've often joked that if Dave did, I genuinely do wish Dave would do commissions where he would say, pay me $5,000 and I will play the game of your choice, stem to stern. Because there are games that the troll community could crowdfund. It would be dented, but there are some that would be worth getting him to play an Owlcat RPG would be amazing. Getting him stuck in a 100 hour in a 100-hour game that is an adaptation of the Pathfinder First Edition rules. So, you know, if it's Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, would be amazing, because it would be nothing but, what do I do? What? That's bullshit, Goob. That made no sense. What is a feat? What do you mean I rolled a natural one, Goob? What spell? Oh, look, I figured out how to break the game with Godzilla. What the fucking spell resistance? That's bullshit, Goob. Dumb netcode developers. Okay, that was a bad one. I mixed my metaphors a little bit there, but you get the point. It would be all of the Divinity Salt on steroids. So, I mean, there are things that, and again, if he leaned into it, it could be great. He could make a truckload of money. Okay, just again, hear me out on this. Hear me out on an idea of how to make something like that fun with Dave, because he's so bad at everything. It's, if you pay me $20, because this is what his preferred brand is, if you pay me $20, the next time character X levels up, I will give them a level of whatever class you choose. Can you imagine the utter train wreck builds that people would give him just because it's funny? And now, and a good RPG player, someone who can understand mechanics, especially something as breakable as anything related to D&D 3.5, you could do some interesting things with that. You can monetize it in interesting ways, and given his dents are his dents, they will go for it and turn that into interesting gameplay. But that requires work. It requires effort. It requires using your brain, which Dave doesn't want to do. When he says he wants to play lengthy RPGs, he wants to sit around and play Final Fantasy and get $150 a stream for doing it. And there are people who can do that. But those are people who are a hell of a lot better streamers than Dave is. And Dave has always used the game as the draw and not him. So if he's gonna go the route, if he wants to be an RPG streamer, for example, he would have to play RPGs that people haven't heard of. He would have to play weird. He would have to play things that he's uncomfortable with. He'd have to play stuff like, I don't know, MS Saga. Which, I mean, I need to finish MS Saga. I actually own MS Saga. MS Saga, for those of you who are not giant robot nerds, is a Gundam JRPG. It's a non-SRPG. It's like an actual traditional turn-based RPG with Gundams in kind of a Gundam X-ish kind of world where all of the canons kind of merge, sort of. It's a PS2. It's on PS2. It is cool. It's weird and cool and weird. I have not touched it in 20 years. 20 years. It's around here somewhere. It needs to go on the pile of thing stuff. If not complete, then at least emulate. But that's what you have to do if you want to be an RPG streamer. You have to play things that you can get you have to be an RPG streamer. You have to like the core gameplay loop. You have to like the turn-based gameplay loop. So where the idea of sitting down and learning it is something that you want to do and that you can make entertaining. And I don't think Dave can do that. It's not even that he doesn't want to. I don't think he can do that because he doesn't care. He doesn't find it interesting. From my observations. And, you know, I've just used RPGs as a microcosm, but the same also applies to old fighting games, with the added caveat that there's actual genuine skill involved in old fighting games. So if Dave wanted to be an old fighting game streamer, he'd actually have to be good, and he does not want to put in the effort to be good because he thinks he put in the effort the first time, and that should be good enough. But it doesn't work that way, especially when he didn't. I don't want to say he wasn't good. The way he became good was that he learned the meta. He learned the flowchart. He learned how to counterpick. He learned the counterplays. And that's why he reaches for cheese, is because he, to the extent he has grasped the mechanics, it is not a mastery of them. He might grasp them and can implement them, but he has always struggled for mastery with them. To be able to do what Justin Wong does, where he can grab any character and win, because he understands the game's core mechanics. He might have to dick around a couple of matches figuring out exactly how to do what he needs to do with the character in order to do what he wants. But he knows the games backwards and forwards, so that he knows what he wants to do, and then he's going through the toolkit of the character to figure out exactly how to do what his game plan is. Dave learned the toolkits. He didn't learn the higher level and deeper understanding of the core mechanics, usually. And that is based solely on the observations of someone who knows nothing about fighting games. So, grain of salt the size of Texas with that. But that's just been my observation.
Big variety of content. And any day when you come by, you can see me doing something different, right? Tonight, I'm doing classic fighting games. On Sunday, I'm going to be doing some Lies of P. On Monday, Blueprints. There's going to be Mario Kart, but there's going to be Minecraft. Do you see what I'm saying? There's different audiences who come by at different times to enjoy the different styles of content that I put out, and they may support or not, but usually
he thinks he has a much bigger
works.
audience than he actually does.
If I just did too much of the same thing over and over, well, to be honest, I don't think it would work at all. I know.
And I'm just going to draw attention down to here to Big Papa Phil. Play Fire Emblem. That was supported all through the best streak and was a long playthrough. Which, why? Why should Dave play an SRPG? That requires him to use his brain. And, using his brain is part of the problem. He does not want to do that. That requires work. So, no, quit fucked, idiot.
Because there have been times when I decided to play a lot of one thing. Take a look at how much I played Baldur's Gate 3, and the channel tanked for 3 months. Take a look at times when I've played 2 Mario games back to back, and everyone freaked out saying that's Mario Overload. So that's what I mean. I know that the variety...
Both of those are inventions of his. They are inventions of his to justify what he wanted. Baldur's Gate remains one of the most successful games he's ever played money-wise. He made bank on Baldur's Gate because this was back in the 1 Minute Man era, where 1 Minute Man was giving him $25 a day to begin with, and then was giving him more on top of that during Baldur's Gate. And to the extent I want to say it was ALT who did a deep dive on the views. I don't believe there was a drop off in views. If anything, there was an increase when he was doing Baldur's Gate 3. And to the extent his community revolted, it was because he was being a toxic shithead throughout Baldur's Gate because he didn't want to do it. It was the most naked demonstration of the fact that Dave loved the money. He knew it brought in the bucks, but he hated it because, take your pick of why he hated it. Did he hate it because it required him to use his brain? Did he hate it because it made him look like an idiot? Did he hate it because he ended up married to a bear? All good theories. But he hated Baldur's Gate 3, and he hated that he couldn't get rid of it. He hated that that was a bigger part of it more than anything else, was that Dave hated it, and he hated that he lacked the strength of will to get rid of it. He hated himself because he loved the money too much to get rid of it. And that's why he's concocted this entire, it killed the channel. No, to the extent it hurt the channel, it was because you were a toxic shithead every day that you were playing Baldur's Gate 3, because it was obvious like transparently obvious. A 5-year-old can see it obvious that you didn't want to play the game and that you were making yourself play the game because you wanted the money. And the best part of that, the best part of the Baldur's Gate 3 saga was that Dave lost 1 Minute Man because of it. That's the best part of it. He pissed off 1 Minute Man because he got salty one day. He got salty one day. He said something impolite about Christianity. 1 Minute Man asked for an apology, and he just laughed him off. And 1 Minute Man was done after that. Which remember, 1 Minute Man gave him $20 a day, 25 bucks a day. He was giving him at one point $10,000 a year. At one point. So just contemplate that Dave ran off a whale who was literally giving him enough for rent, who was paying him $600 or $700 a month. And Dave just ran him off because Dave had to be right. Yeah, that's why Dave, the lore of Dave is so rewarding because of that. It is just the people who've really been around the Snortex forever, it's amazing the stuff they've seen and heard because Dave just keeps doing the same kinds of, he never does the same thing twice. He just keeps finding new ways to be an idiot. It's kind of impressive, really.
The aspect works, but the problem with that is when you get into a insanely lengthy game like Clair Obscur, now you see the cracks start to formulate in the kind of business model that I have and the kind of streams that I do. As much as I love Clair Obscur, I've played it for over 50 hours. People are tired of it and want me to move on. Is there a small group of people who want me to continue with the game and do all the Act 3 side content? Yes. Do you want to know who's one of that small group of people? Me. But I don't control everything around me in my environment. You know, as much as I like to say I am the master of my own destiny, there are still things that I need to kind of say, well, I got to accept. And the one thing that I got to accept is that, sadly, I just can't do what I want all the time. That's just a fact of life. And especially when you become an adult, you realize, well, that's just reality. So as much as right now I would love to be doing Clair Obscur and do all the Act 3 content, I've been told there's about 20 more hours of side content, dungeons, super bosses, extra challenges, and the like. I can't do it. I've got to do other content that people actually want to watch, consume, and...
Okay, Dave, I'm going to get on my high horse again, and I know I need to stop pausing this because the daily FAP is up. If you choose to phrase this as an adult, being an adult means you cannot do everything that you want whenever you want to, then why do you constantly whine about not being able to do what you want? If it is a simple fact of life for which there is no remedy and there is no recourse, why do you dwell on it so much? If you dwelled on it inside your own head, that's your business because nobody can read your thoughts, but you're the one who throws this out for the entire world to see and hear. Also, if you want to finish the game, and this is the craziest thought yet, Dave, just finish it on your own time. Which I know is verboten. I know it's verboten, and I know that is a rant subject of his that I don't have time. I don't have time to do anything. I gotta walk my wife and, be a busy adult because I've got so many things going on that I can't tell you anything about, and I absolutely don't wake up at noon every day. What? But he could finish it on his own time. And if he absolutely has to play it on stream, he could play it while doing the podcast. If it's nothing but side content. But again, that would require multitasking. Dave cannot multitask to save his soul.
And then support. Or else I go out of business. You understand? So that's what we're doing right now. We have finished the story of Clair Obscur. I actually loved the ending. The game will let you choose what ending you wanted, and I liked the ending that I got. The playthrough is now complete. But, and this is a big but, I made a statement last night that I hope you guys understood. Let me repeat it now that we're on the podcast. This is a game that I like so much that I would be willing to go back in the future occasionally when the time is right. You might say, well, when would the time be right to go back to Clair Obscur? Well, basically, if something goes really well with other content. For example, let's say I do a marathon and the marathon raises a whole bunch of support above and beyond what normally I would do. Well then, hey, throw in a Clair Obscur stream. If I make $10 playing it, it doesn't matter because I did so well that week already, right? And same thing going along that line. It doesn't have to be
That is not going to happen. That is just never going to happen.
Right? I would get a big amount of support and I'd be like, okay, well then let's maybe toss in a Clair Obscur stream here. Doesn't matter what support we get because, hey, we're good.
Any support he gets memory hold.
Trolls, of course, will say, well, didn't that happen 2 weeks ago? Didn't you have a fan that came by
pattern
and
recognition.
did a big contribution? You know, a ginormous tip? Yes. Which is why I just played Clair Obscur 4 times in the last 2 weeks, and none of those streams did well, but I was able to do that. You understand? Or else I might...
So all of this is a retroactive cope for Thomas the Tank Engine giving him $1,600. All of this is retroactively for him because he gave him $1,600. Okay, Dave. That's... You keep being you.
Might have dropped Clair Obscur. That was actually a serious situation we were talking about a couple weeks ago, is I might drop the game entirely because no one's really showing up and supporting it, but I didn't want to do that because I had already invested so much time and I liked the game so much. Well, it was because of the support of that fan, that longtime viewer. That's what allowed me to actually be able to continue and play this game and finish it. So thank you so much to that viewer, because we might not have even seen the end if it hadn't been for them. I really appreciate that. So,
Sorry.
I feel like I will go back to the game a few times this year when we have good weeks, and I'll just say, hey, let's do a night stream of it. Let's do 2 hours tonight. Let's jump in and go into one of these optional dungeons and see what it's all about. And it'll be fun, because that's the kind of game that it is fun to jump in once in a while, see new enemies, learn new parry patterns, I think it would be great. So
okay, I kind of this is about where I tuned into the day stream. So is he talking about Clair Obscur? Because I thought when I tuned in he was talking about Night Rain. Speaking of things that have gone down the memory hole, Night Rain.
Dungeons and see what it's all about. And it'll be fun, because that's the kind of game that it is fun to jump in once in a while, see new enemies, learn new parry patterns, I think it would be great. So we'll leave it at that. I hope that you enjoy the conclusion on the channel. I really liked it, but you got to understand, that this is my life and my job. It's not just my hobby. If you don't understand, I'm sorry that, I've disappointed you. I tried as hard as I could to get people to be engaged and like that game, and it was just not working. I can only do so much as a gamer to make you know how much I like it and try to make it.
Now, guys, I'm sorry if you're disappointed that you can get fucked. I'm sorry this is my life, and if I'm sorry if I've disappointed you, because this is my life and my business and not just my hobby. Dave, if you're so concerned about pleasing your audience, then maybe you shouldn't do this full time. I know it's a cliche at this point. It's been a cliche for the better part of a decade to say that at this point. But honestly, if it is such an issue, it's you, not me. If it's such an issue for you, Dave, that you constantly bring up disappointing your audience and being sorry about that, then why don't you, if you care that much about your audience, why don't you do something for them and, stop disappointing them? If you think this is such a big deal, find a way to stop disappointing them. And that you haven't, and that you've never seriously considered it. Because there are ways you could do it if you have to play things that they don't want, or not dwell on not keep the things that they want to see around for as long as you think they should be. You could do things like community nights. Yes, trolls want to fuck with you, Dave. It's the long and the short of it is that's what you're stuck with. You still have ways to do it. That you choose not to is a you problem. that you don't want to expend the effort to do it and to make it work, or that you refuse to gain the skills necessary to do it, that's not the fault of your audience, and it's not the fault of the trolls. That's ultimately you.
Get fun. I really tried, but what can you do? It's just not for everyone. All right. And I will just say this too. There were an awful lot of people who watched the playthrough and loved it, but then were mad when I wasn't going to do the content. And I said, then where were you on the nights I streamed it? Why didn't you support it? That's how it works. I put out content. You like it. You reciprocate with support. Then I can make more content. Now, I give you all the content for free and you say, oh, thanks, give me more for free endlessly. It just can't work that way. Okay?
Except it can, Dave. That is the Faustian bargain of content creation. It's you are given the ability to be your own boss, to sit at your computer and make $100,000 a year playing video games online. That is absurd. It's absurd that we live in a world where that can happen. It's very cool that it happens. And it has improved the lives of innumerable people, both at the top of the food chain and at the bottom. Just as an example, there's a gentleman who I watch who's cut his teeth as an Ultimate Admirals Dreadnoughts player. Brother Monroe you should check him out. I will maybe include something in the description later. Point is that he will occasionally go into discussing what he does. And one of the things that he is eternally thankful for is he is thankful that he can make YouTube videos, his silly YouTube videos on this particular game that appeals to his historicaltism, because otherwise he is disabled and cannot draw employment. He cannot get regular work, and he's on government benefits for it. This provides him an ability to make money to improve his life when without the ability to do that, he would otherwise simply have the fixed income that he would have from the British government, which is for every time there's a Dave, there are other people whose lives are genuinely improved by their ability to do content creation, not as a full-time gig, but as a way to make some money in their lives. It's just that the Daves of the world make everything wrong. But where Faustian bargain is, you have this wonderful ability, but you are subject to the fickleness of your audience. They own you. Your audience owns you, Dave. For better or worse, your audience owns you. And if you're going to do this, you need to accept that. And if you cannot and you will not shut up about it, then you should stop doing this. And gosh, there's still 8 more minutes of this, and then there's the Daily Fap on top of that. I need to stop. I need to shut up and just let him cook.
For those who did actually support Claire Obscure, thank you, because I really loved the game, and I appreciate those that did come by to try to keep it going. All right, so thank you for that. Okay, so Claire Obscure is done, and Mind's Eye is done. All right, so now, guys, this is the final day of the week. All right, this week has been up and down and all around. We started off the week slow. Then we had a bunch of great streams with giant amounts of support. Then we sputtered with Mind's Eye, which sucked.
Board meeting.
On the conclusion of Claire Obscure, I once again had one of the slowest streams I've had in years. I'm happy that the games that you guys don't like are behind us. You know what I mean? Like Claire Obscure, it's over. All right? We can move on to other stuff you guys want to see.
Don't worry, there'll be stuff they don't like tomorrow.
I hope you guys will now support the streams today on this demo day. If you like what we're doing here and the fact that I'm giving you control over what demos we play, you like the variety, please support today's stream. Let's hit a goal. We're at 14 out of 20 goals.
There's the bag.
All right?
There's the bag.
Hoping to be way closer because I wanted to do DSP Tries at Mod Pizza either on Monday or Tuesday of next week. But it's okay if we don't. I just need to kind of know exactly when we're going to do it. You know, for me, I got to go grocery shopping and stuff and figure out, how many meals and how many stuff for the week and plan that out. Right now, being at 14 out of 20, it's kind of up in the air. I don't know if we would even make it for a Monday or Tuesday DSP tries it maybe later in the week, right? But let's get some support rolling again. Let's get back on track.
Big.
I understand that sadly, Clear Obscure didn't have a lot of support, but let's turn that around today. Let's hit that goal on this very stream. Let's do it again for fighting games tonight. Let's keep that rolling. Let's get the support back in line so that we can have more consistency and we know exactly when we're going to be doing this stuff, okay? Fair enough? Speaking of which, we're getting our first support of the day right now.
Monies! That's what we're here for, the
I
monies.
notice you get way more super chats and tips than subs or memberships. I think that's why you struggle to have consistency and support. Most streamers rely on their consistency in memberships or subscriptions. It's completely false. Just because you don't actively see...
Dave, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm just going to go with the tack of, how do you know about other streamers when you claim you don't watch them? Because for the longest time, you claimed you did not pay attention to anybody who was outside of your bubble. You just wanted to make your chill, your robust, unique, chill style, content style, money-making ventures. Style. Sorry, that joke got a little out of hand. But yeah, for the longest time, he claimed he didn't watch anybody else. And it was always... It was a drama thing. It was a drama thing. It was Dave overreacting, as he always does, because if he said he watched other people, then there might be valid demands that he might emulate them about, well, why aren't you doing this thing that other people are doing? So yeah, it wasn't acceptable to watch other people. And then the Kino arc happened. And when that happened, well, he had to watch other people. He couldn't deny that he watched other people, but he was changing Goop, so it was okay. But point is that, Dave, do you really have a broad enough sample, base of samples to assert definitively that that's absolutely false? Because yeah, my understanding of the dynamics is that's what subs are for. Subs are your bread and butter income, and whatever you make on stream is just gravy. Ideally is what, because if you've got someone on a recurring sub, awesome, because it's recurring income. Somebody might come drop $500 in super chats, but you might never see him again. But if you can convince that person to sub himself and somebody else, that's, whatever your rate is, that's income. Consistent income can be preferable to higher spikes, to the volatility that comes with getting a lot of money today and then not getting a lot of money for the next 5. So yeah, the guy's super chat has a good point. I don't have the knowledge base to be able to assess one way or the other how good a point it is. I don't know if the streamer model is to rely on your subs and your subs or memberships, depending upon what your platform is, and then make your walking around money off of super chats or cheers. But it makes sense. It's intuitive. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the lived experience of most streamers. But Dave, you don't either. Your knowledge base is about as broad as mine, based on what you've said as far as you paying attention to the rest of the people in your industry, which, that's part of the reason why your business is such a mess, is because for the longest time you refused to pay any attention to what your peers were doing. But
everyone coming to stream to subscribe or to be a member doesn't mean they don't do it. I have a consistent base of members on YouTube, and I have a consistent base of subs on Kick, and it's actually growing. When I started on Kick, I only had about 40 to 50 consistent subs. I have over 100 now who actively renew their subscriptions every month. And then, of course, on top of that...
And Dave, the people, your regular recurring, what the tips tracker would call your organic subs are nothing compared to what you are getting for gifted. There are weeks where you're pulling 100 gifted subs on Kick. So yeah, good job building up that organic base on Kick from 40 to 50 subs to 100 monthly. That's $500 a month. That's not nothing. But when when a good week for you is 100 gifted subs on Kick, that's your organic base is nothing, and it's going back and proving that guy's point. Is that you get a lot of money through means that have peaks and troughs. The ways you tend to get you monetize your streams are very susceptible to peaks and valleys to begin with, because you are more reliant upon incidental stream donations as opposed to organic subbing or organically becoming a member. And that's because you don't do anything for your subs or members, but that's a whole other rant. But so yeah, and you make it even worse because you not only are you overly reliant upon what you get on stream, what you get on camera, but you're also really relying on whales. Like, really reliant on whales. So you've got something that's already prone to having days where you can have an amazing day and then a crappy rest of the week for an average decent week to begin with. And that's augmented by the fact that you might only have 3 or 4 people in your audience who are providing 3/4 of the support or more. And that's how your business has been run for years. And it's never, you always claim it's stable, and it isn't. Your whale pool has been, you've slaughtered all the dolphins, and your whales DSP whales are endangered. But you've just managed to keep finding new ones, which cannot go on forever. And the pressure has been felt. It's obvious that you are feeling the pressure when it comes to the diminishing returns of your whales. But please tell me how this is a sustainable business practice and how I'm just a nundick with no common sense and no business know-how.
You see the gifted subs and the gifted memberships, and that's where you see it being sporadic, where I might have one week where all of a sudden I get a ton of gifted subs on Kick or a big member bomb on YouTube. Then the next week it doesn't happen, right? But that's the thing. You're only seeing the stream side of things, and that's why it looks different than it really is. There is a consistent group of people who support me behind the scenes of stuff. A lot of people on YouTube particularly don't even watch the streams. They actually just watch the on-demand videos. So they'll become a member, and you'll never see it pop up on a stream or anything like that, because they don't do it on the stream. They just do it, behind the scenes. Okay. So we got a few tips. Let's get our first super chat of the day. Who's going to do a super chat? Let's get our first sub of the day. Not me. Let's get some actual big support today on Kick. It has actually been a very slow week for Kick. If you don't believe me, all you got to do is take a look at the Kick leaderboard. All right? We only have 2 people who even gifted above or did a double-digit subs this week. Most people are...
Dave, you are making my point for me. You just complained that you only had 2 people on Kick this week who gave double-digit numbers of gifted subs. So why are you flexing about having 100 paid subs when you expect to get half or all of that number of your organic subs in gifted subs every week? Oh my. Also, just the casualness with which he just said, oh, there's only 2 people who have given double-digit numbers of subs on Kick. My guy, do you have any idea how many people would kill for someone who was so into their content that they gave them double-digit numbers of subs in a week? But no, that's just normal. That's just normal to this guy. He keeps attracting. He has this supernatural ability to attract dents, and part of what keeps him from undoing the natural balance of the world, I think, is that he doesn't realize how special that is. And I don't mean special as in the dense or mentally retarded sort of way. I mean how genuinely unique his ability to find whales is. Could you imagine, like, with Dave's pig roach luck, if he actually understood what he had and tried to harness it? I mean, he would have to start shopping for a volcano layer at that point. because he would just be a Bond villain.
Or single digit and very few even there. Let's get some subs on Kick today. Right now, who's going to support Demo Day? The return of a day where it's very interactive and you guys have control. Let's get it going. Based Alvarez says, I can't do it from my phone. I don't know why. From a phone on the mobile, you should be able to gift subs.
That may or may not have been a
You can't
LARP.
actually buy your own sub. I know that sounds really stupid, but yeah, they've blocked it where the mobile app, it doesn't work. It's just weird.
Mobile
Okay, I don't know
app.
why. It's really dumb. So, I don't know, but please, let's get some support. All right, who's going to be the first super chat of the day? How about a member? We don't have any memberships on YouTube. And how
That tin
about
cup
a
is
sub on
still
Kick? Let's get a little
rattling
bit of
like
everything,
always.
And then we'll get set up and started with Hell Is Us. How do you go about donating physical cash? Here's what you do, Adam. You take your physical cash, all right? You go to an ATM, you deposit it into your bank account, then you go online, use your bank account to send me a contribution in another way, because I don't want physical cash. That's ridiculous. Okay. Narwhal Gaming,
was that?
I think that you completely lost the narrative here. He says, I know you count some memberships and subs when they pop. I know you don't count some memberships and subs when they pop. If they renew off stream, is it possible they are never counted? Dude, we're counting stream contributions. We are not counting every single thing that comes in behind.
So remember, this guy loves his fans. He is so concerned with his audience that he publicly apologizes when he has to disappoint them. And now he is going to bitch out this guy for having the temerity to say, hey, if somebody gives you money off stream, shouldn't they be acknowledged? To which Dave's functional response is going to be, no, dumb fuck. The shout outs are for on-stream contributions. Quit fucked.
The scenes. When someone buys a t-shirt from my merch store, do I count that on a stream? When someone does a super
Given the volume small enough, you should.
thanks on a video, do I count that on a stream? We're counting stream contributions. I don't know how people lose the narrative so bad.
What is the narrative exactly? This genuinely, this comment is amazing. What is the narrative? The narrative is, as someone who is dented because I went to law school and had my brain broken. The narrative, as I understand it from DSP, is the leaderboard exists to acknowledge people who have contributed and therefore incentivize others to contribute because of that acknowledgement. If the goal is to incentivize giving money, it should not matter when or how the money comes in, so long as you get the monies. So why not shout out people who buy merch? Why not shout out people who re-up their memberships off screen? I mean, it wouldn't take very long to, at the start of the screen, you just do a little, you do a little scroll of the following people have re-upped their memberships off screen overnight. It would take you 5 minutes of work, Dave, which, you know, but if it takes them 5 minutes of work, I suppose that means we're going to not get the slideshow started for another 15 minutes when the morning starts. But still, you know, that's a him problem. That's a him being lazy problem. The point is, he could do it. He could do it if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to because that's work, and he also likes having his silos of money. He likes having the merch silo that nobody knows just how much is there. He likes having the off-camera membership resubs because nobody knows quite what is there in his mind. Ignored it for the longest time until, well, for a long time, Piece of Peace was able to track that through an API scraper that one of the Kiwis put together. And if somebody was sufficiently motivated with some coding knowledge, they could probably do that again. He likes having stuff off screen so that he can play poor. He can play poor when he needs to because you never know quite where the money is. But yeah, this guy just got bitched out because he lost the narrative, and the narrative is, well, as I said, the narrative apparently, as I understand it, is give me money and get a shout out. So if you But if you tell Dave that maybe the people who are off camera who deserve a shout out too, well, you are a dent, good sir. You are a dent who needs to stop losing the plot, apparently. And now the phrase losing the plot's gone all weird for me.
Any last minute support? Would you like to get a sub or a super chat or a membership, out of which we've gotten absolutely nothing? Zero. Can we get some support?
And there's some PPP energy right there. I call him Triple P. And he sustained it for all of 15 seconds.
I'm looking at Kick right now at the Kick chat, and I'm waggling my finger with expectation and disapproval.
Give me your monies. Give me your monies. Why are you not giving me your monies?
All right. No wagging of the finger. Oh, I will severely wag the finger. Especially if you tell me not. You tell me not to do something, I'm going to do it. I will wag and waggle this finger at the camera.
That's the oppositional defiance disorder right there.
We're going to be better get.
Which he probably does have, and to one degree or another. He is such a hardcore contrarian. It has to be something pathological. Not pathological. If not pathological, then clinical.
Well, here we go. This person who seems to get a gifted sub at every time and then gets banned is talking about it again. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually do you a solid. I'm going to save you the trouble. I'm just going to ban you now before you even get a gifted sub. That way it can't be wasted on you. So there you go.
So
now someone else will get it who actually will deserve it and use it. And, you don't have to worry about it now. There you go.
And steel clapping for himself.
Very good.
Tism detected.
A Cowboy fan with a $2 super chat. Our first super chat of the day says, please consider trying 100 line. All right, let's get started. Enough with the dilly-dally and kind of messing around.
We're going to be free soon. We're going to be free. Yes.
I need to speak with my wife because my schedule is different today. Normally she's expecting me to have a break in about an hour. So I think what I'll do is I'll tell her I'm going to check out the first demo. When I'm done with the first demo, then I'll go on my break. All right.
He's got to take his boat wife for a walk. All right. So the Daily Fap is up. Demo day returns. CVS 2 on PS5 is a big success. The Daily Wrap, June 13th, 2025. It helps if I, unmute the guy.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday.
Also, 10-minute Daily Wrap, so
Friday the 13th.
There's got to be some salt, baby.
Of June 2025, a very varied day. I know we've had a lot of these recently, these days that are just completely different things thrown together. Today was no exception. We had another one. All right, so let's talk. It actually was quite a fun and good day. We started off today with a Bridge Level 1 podcast. It was actually, instead of an hour and a half or longer like usual, it was under an hour. We hung out. We talked.
And he says this like it's an accomplishment. Like his guys, I did you a favor today by making it less than an hour. The favor would be dispensing with it entirely. And we just watched 18 minutes that's I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. I'm sorry in advance. Tism. My tism is tingling. History.
Well, let me tell you.
It is 12/22/06 at the end of this Snort Hogan clip that started off at 11:46:14. So if the level 1 podcast was less than an hour, it means that it means it got started like ridiculously late. Which, I mean, it's Dave, so it makes sense. But it means it started at least at 11:23 local time. Which, yeah. Okay. It's gonna be like that, Dave. Okay. All right.
We, had some topics to discuss and things like that, but it wasn't anything major. It was more just a more casualized show.
Casualized.
We talked about some of the driving sims that are available for next week for my wheel because we want to do an extra driving stream. We talked about the end of Claire Obscure. We talked about a lot, all right? Overall,
So recap the
fun
podcast.
and then we jumped into what I call Demo Day. Many of you may not even remember, but back in the day, long before...
Demo Day, the answer is in the name, Dave. You played a bunch of demos. Move on.
Before I was a PC gamer again, long before the era of even modern streaming. There were entire days I used to do back in the day where I would sit down on like Xbox Live and just download a ton of demos and play them all in one big session. And therefore I'd have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 demos in one day that I would upload to DSP Gaming, and people would enjoy seeing me play these various up and coming games and see if I liked them or not and if they're worth their time. Today we did that because now I realized we can do that again because PC gaming, there's demos. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of demos available, particularly on Steam. So today we played 4 demos during Demo Day. We played Hell Is Us, which, to be honest, we played for about an hour, just under. I think it was like 45, 50 minutes. And I got the gist of what it is. It's not what I thought. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, this is going to be like Dark Souls. It's not. It is an action-based combat game with a lot of exploration and puzzles and platforming. Not platforming, but like climbing, scaling, parkour. It kind of reminded me of like Uncharted, but with hand-to-hand combat abilities and things. A little interesting hybrid. The thing is, in that short amount of time, you can't really put your finger on if the game is going to be good or not, right? I think for what I played, it was passable. You be the judge. You can watch the gameplay here, but nothing really blew me away either. I guess the question is, will the skills get better? Will the monsters get more elaborate? Is the story good? You just can't get that from 45 minutes. So overall, kind of in the middle of the road on that one. Then we played a game called Cast and Chill. Now, let me tell you guys something.
Oh,
we
the fishing game. The fishing game.
Fishing game back into the rotation after I played Bassmaster many years ago, and we never tried anything else. Now, I'm aware there are fishing games available on PC that weren't available on console, but the problem is with a lot of these, they're just not very good. They're outdated or old. I know there's one that's called like Call of the Wild, like Catch the Fish or something like that, but I've seen it, and the graphics are bad. It actually is quite repetitive. I mean, it's nothing great, you know. This game, Cast and Chill, is pixel art, but it looks kind of like a game from the late 80s, early 90s, kind of like one of those, how can I say, click and point adventure games, but it doesn't play like that at all. You're in a boat with a dog. You row out on the lake, you cast, you start catching fish. You go sell them. Now you can either upgrade your rod, you can upgrade your...
It's got distinct Odell Lake vibes, except you're the fisherman in Odell Lake rather than the fish. And I will just say that Dave should just emulate Super Black Bass. Just emulate Super Black Bass. It's easy to play, good to get into. The art's okay, it's acceptable. It's something you can do. It's something that's easy to do while chatting with your audience. It's not hard to multitask with. Will he do it? Of course not, because, you know, emulation, which is bad.
Your lures, you can upgrade your boat, and then you go back and you fish more, and now you can get better fish, and you can keep practicing this and leveling up, and it's incredibly relaxing. If there's a day to night transition, all kinds of wildlife start showing up in the background. It's very chill. And I was saying to everyone, this would be the kind of game if we want to relax on a late night chill stream, much like we used to do with Bassmaster. This would definitely be that kind of game. And of course, it was a 50-50 split. People who like chill streams are like, oh, I like this. This is cool. We want to see more. And other people were like, oh, I hate this game. It's boring. Well, you came to the wrong kind of stream, right? Good news is it comes out next week, and it might be cheap. So we'll see, but I'm definitely considering trying this out over the summer as a chill stream one of these nights and see if it works, okay? Then we tried a game called The 100 Line something Academy something something. In a nutshell, this game is Danganronpa combined with a panel-based RPG game. Think Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics. It's a hybrid. It's not just a visual novel, but it also has these combat segments. It was okay. Like, I wasn't blown away by it. Still, they don't. He
absolutely hated it. He absolutely hated it because it was the Animus.
Still can't voice act the whole game. Pretty stupid. For me, I thought it was all right, but I was frustrated because the whole point of demo day was to play about a half an hour, 40 minutes of each game and get through a bunch. This game would not stop and would not actually save. So because of that, we played an hour, and I said enough. I said, dude, I played this for an hour. It's still doing story. I don't care, and I just quit out of it. That's dumb because that demo was supposed to, it says it saves your progress and you can continue in the main game, but they lied. You have to play it for like an hour and a half for it to save, which is really disrespectful. They should have checkpoints and they should have save points in it. That was really freaking dumb. So yeah, that did anger me, to be frank. And then lastly, we played a game called Tenebris Somnia. I think it's Tenebris Somnia. You know, don't quote me on that. You can see the video on the channel. This is a really unique game. It's horror. It's point-and-click adventure. And it's live-action movie horror-esque special effects. What do I mean?
He loved this because it was
again like a point-and-click adventure game, kind of like Maniac Mansion or something like that from that time period.
Which is not meant to insult it. It's point-and-click adventure game. They're cool.
And then monsters appear, and every time a new monster appears, the game goes to a real person in a real filmed movie-like scene with a monster coming at them.
Let's hear that again.
And then monsters appear, and every time a new monster appears, the game goes to a real person in a real filmed movie-like scene.
Real person in a real film. Once again,
the game goes to a real person in a
real
filmed movie-like scene.
In a real filmed movie-like scene. That needs to go on the pile of things for a song title. Oh my god, that's terrible.
With a monster coming at them that looks like it's actual, horror with effects and makeup. It's not CGI. It's actually a real horror, prosthetics and things that look crazy. So it's kind of a really interesting thing that they're doing, alternating between the two. It was a 40-minute demo. I loved it. I thought it was really good. Some of the puzzles can be tricky, but you know what? That's how point-and-click adventure games were back in the day, and I actually really enjoyed my time with the game. So overall, with those four, I would argue probably Hell Is Us is a maybe. I don't know. I want to learn more about it. But the cast and chill, I would definitely play as a chill stream with you guys at night. And also, that Tenebris Somnia looks really good. I think if that comes out around Halloween, that would be a perfect game for that time of year. So hopefully it does. Okay? Did we hit a support goal? No, but we got close. We got over $100. All right. So
and the begging segment.
It was okay. Listen, I would have loved to hit the goal. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, it's not the end of the world. We still did good. People liked the stream. Okay. Tonight on the late stream, we tried something different. It was Friday Night Fights, but instead of focusing on PC gaming, I bought the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 on PS4.
Still can't believe he
PS5,
bought the damn thing again.
And I said tonight, let's play it on PS5 instead. Let's actually test it on there and see if we can get more people and better connections, because we've been playing it on PC, and from what the stats are on Steam, there's less than 200 people who are even playing it ever. We're not getting matches. When we get them, they're insanely laggy and just a waste of time. It worked. No exaggeration. We got nearly nonstop matches. Only one match lagged. The rest of the matches were actually good. Now, of course, we had to start up at slow ranks, but I tore through everyone.
Thank you for beating your chest, Gaddy Smurf.
I mostly won all night. I got from rookie to super gold rank in one night. It took me a month to get to platinum on PC.
Keep patting your back, Dave.
On this, I just, boom, turbo through and whooped everyone's ass, and the connections were much
patting
better.
Your back.
So I was playing better, even with new characters. I was using characters like Iori, who I've never even used before, and I was learning how to play with them. So it was a really good night. People really liked it, and guess what? We hit the support goal. So we're now at 15 out of 20 goals. This has been a rough week, I'm not going to lie. If you remember, we did
beg,
with another 5 plus days of streaming, you would have hit another goal. No, it's been rough. It's not that we're having terrible streams, except for Claire Obscure. Yeah, that one was terrible, but we're just not getting to the 150 anymore. Now, it could be because of just...
You got to change the goal, Dave?
Just because of bad luck. It could be because of the games. I'm hoping that next week things
Oh, we're
will
gonna
get a little
cope. We're gonna
better.
cope.
I would
All right.
like to do DSP Tries It Mod Pizza on Monday or Tuesday, but that means that we're gonna have to have a lot of support on Sunday and Monday to make that happen. All right. So remember, I am off tomorrow. I hope that you enjoy the gameplay and you have a safe and fun Saturday. When I return on Sunday, there will be a full Level 1 podcast, followed by a fun stream of Liza P. Overture. We're getting good.
And
good chunks into
scheduling
DLC.
segment.
We're actually using new weapons, like I'm using Wolverine claws now, which are really cool. So it's working out well. It's actually becoming a really good playthrough. And then at night, American Truck Simulator returns, my second night ever with the wheel, the pedal, and the shifter. It's going to be exciting
Keep
and fun.
chilling,
It always
Dave.
works out. You guys love it. We chill, we talk. I have some White Claws. It's a good time. So I hope you'll be here on Sunday. Next week,
Keep
tons of great
chilling.
stuff, including one more stream of Blueprints. We'll see how far we get. The premiere of the new
More
playthrough
Blueprints.
Automation 2 HD, which everyone's excited for. Me too. I've heard it's a shorter game, so it should be great. More Mario Kart World at night. A second driving
Don't
game,
remind
which
me.
I'm not sure what it's going to be, but we are going to do a second driving game next week. We have some options to talk about and more. You know, it's going to be a great week of balancing all these great games. I certainly hope you
Is
guys
it,
will come
Dave?
by.
Is it really going to be a great
Let's get
week?
back on
Sounds
track
like
next
it's going to be
week. Get
painful
momentum
for
back
me.
and support these streams so we can get some goals hit. All right?
Yep,
Thank you
gotta
all.
make money.
Great
Gotta
streaming.
make me the
Finished
monies.
up all the slow stuff. I would say the only thing left is Blueprints, but we're only going to play that maybe once a week moving forward, so it's not that big of a deal, right? Good stuff coming. Thank you. Have a safe Saturday. I will see you all Sunday. Peace out.
Yep. Blau Prince is his baby, and he loves it so. All right. Well, I think that is where I'm going to call it because I have endured the daily FAP and that boring as a hell CVS 2 stream. I like Friday Night Fights. I was hoping we'd get more salt. I didn't. If I would have known he was gonna play what he did, I might not have restreamed it. But hey, it was still fun. It was still fun for. Thanks to everybody who came and hung out tonight. What's coming up in the future? I had earlier in this week said I might be doing a stream tomorrow. Doing the Need for Speed Payback. This That You Don't Play. I don't think I'm going to be doing that at this point, simply because I'm going to be... I feel obliged to restream all the actual driving stuff, because that's usually where the current gold dust is when he's playing driving sims, anything involving driving. And Sunday night is Truck Sim, Monday night is Mario Kart, and Tuesday night is the new racing game. So I think tentatively I'm going to be restreaming those 3. So I will kick the This How You Don't Play Theater to somewhere down the line. It'll be gotten to sooner or later, and if you really want to watch it, you should go watch it yourself, because it is amazing. It is amazing. It doesn't help if you dual screen it, but it's pretty good. It's good stuff. There's a reason why it's my favorite. This How You Don't Play. All right then. Well, I hope everyone has a wonderful detox day. Well, it's technically detox day. Local time here is after midnight. So, all right. Well, see everybody who decides to show up on Sunday. Until then, peace out.